Good morning and welcome to another sitting of the House of Assembly for today, Tuesday, February 5th, 2025. This, of course, is the fourth session of the 12th Parliament of St. Lucia. Good morning and welcome again to our viewers to NTN as we prepare to go live with today's House of Assembly proceedings. My name is Virgil Leonti and I am here with your Creole announcer, Mr. Michael Gaspar.
Bonjour Virgil, bonjour Saint-Lucie, bienvenue pour une autre session Caïcon-Site qui a sorti direct en Caïcon-Site ici à côté dans l'autre session Kachem. Et puis comme ça c'est session, c'est première session pour l'année.
Première session.
Première session pour Caïcon-Site pour l'année. Avec nous quand mené direct exactement ça qui a passé en Caïcon-Site avec Jodia. Comme Virgil dit, nous gagnons un chai différents bagailles pour parler. Premièrement, comme la coutume qui a fait, c'est ça il va créer papier document qui a présenté qui nous pour tab et bien Adam Mungadi tabi à Caïcon-Site. Premier ministre qui a fait ça avec aussi l'année assistant premier ministre, ça c'est ça il a créé député premier ministre qui a aussi tabi un document aussi. Là qui a aussi un ministère qui a une responsabilité pour les affaires CAI avec le gouvernement local, on a Richard Frederick qui a établi un document aussi, et puis ministre pour commerce, et puis, mais ce qui est plus important, c'est la motion pour le gouvernement tirer VAT, l'argent VAT à des machines qui ça veut dire que bâtiment, là, il y a un bâtiment qui a peut-être comme l'année, c'est tous les années, des
logos.
Il y a un logos MV, ça c'est Motovest, logos Hope. Il y a un chai livre, avec un chai livre, avec un bagage pour indiquer. Moi, quand l'année, ça a été un vieux fort pour la première fois. Et puis, ils voulaient acheter des machines l'auto qui a couru à ce chemin. Et le gouvernement a essayé de garder en motion ça là pour tirer, ça nous a créé l'argent VAT à ces machines. Ça là. À part de ça, la gagné un bills, et bien ça nous a créé une loi que le gouvernement a passé pour Sovereign Wealth Fund. Sovereign Wealth Fund, c'est un lot fonds que le gouvernement a parlé plus bon à l'argent que le gouvernement veut tenir à sous réserve pour si un cas pays a mis en calamité et bien en différents bagages comme ça la supposé mis en l'argent on dit pour maman ou mon cas dit mettre en la vie à supporter. Alright, so peut-être Virgil guys ça des noticing plus à ces bills là et bien c'est loi qui est passée en cas considéré.
Yes, so some of the bills, as you said, you spoke on the Sovereign Wealth Fund. There is also a virtual asset business amendment, security interest in movable property amendment. I think earlier, not earlier in the year, because this is our first meeting here in the House of Assembly, but sometime last year, we had come to Parliament and there was a discussion on using movable property as interest, using it as security interest, your movable property, whether it's your house, machinery, or the like. So we will be seeing an amendment to that bill. We are not sure what exactly it entails, but there will be an amendment to the security interest in movable property. There is also the Child Justice Amendment, and these are the bills 1, 2, 3, 4. There is also a real estate brokers and agents, and we'll be seeing that bill will be tabled by the Minister for Commerce, Manufacturing, Business Development, Cooperatives, and Consumer Affairs, and this bill would go to it would be the second reading of the real estate brokers and agents bill. The Senior Minister and the Minister for Infrastructure, Ports, Transport, Physical Development and Urban Renewal will also move a bill shortly entitled Electricity. So, as Michael had pointed out, there will be several papers to be laid by many ministers, ministers in the cabinet. Papers dealing with fiscal incentives, Green Energy Company Limited order. There are papers to be laid, and all these papers will be tabled by the Prime Minister and Minister for Finance. The resolution of Parliament to authorize the making of the order for the 2022 supplement to the revised editions of the laws. Motions to be, papers to be moved by the Tourism Minister include the St. Lucia Tourism Authority Board of Directors and some tourism stimulus and investment. But as proceedings get along, we will be going through each of those papers. We know the papers are just usually tabled, but we expect the in-depth discussion as usual to be on the bills. As we look now, Michael, most of the members are present. We also see in the House this morning the Leader of the Opposition, that's the Parliamentary Rep for Micoud South, and he is sitting with his colleague, the representative for Choiseul Saltibus.
Oui, oui, qu'on dit, nous ça c'est même parlement pour Sud-Mico est important aussi pour, comme on dit, même parlement pour Sud-Mico. Chef, mon qui a conduit les affaires, quand il consiste, c'est speaker, c'est lui qui est en charge, c'est lui qui a déterminé qui sa capacité, qui chef. Avec qui toujours dit que mon pas créer mon pas non yo. C'est yo avec raison pour ça, c'est puisque raison qui fait yo ça qui mettait yo en dedans ici c'est par élection. Avec c'est pour ça yo créer yo représentatif certaines communes quand on dit même parlement pour on oublie pour M. Alan Chasley, on est pas Alan Chasley, ici même parlement pour Sud-Mico. Puisque c'est lui qui c'est moun Sud-Mico choisi pour représenter. So, tous ces gens-là, sinon, c'est comme qui représentent. C'est les gens pas créer moun pas non. De là où il y a un Premier ministre, mais le Premier ministre vraiment, c'est moun qui a sorti en S, ça c'est S.
Castries East.
Castries East, qui a dit. C'est eux qui mettaient ici. Alors, première manière pour c'est représentatif Castries East et bien même parlement pour S-Castries. Aussi, à part de M. Alan Chasley, et bien, il a fait même le même parlement pour Sud-Mico, et bien, nous aussi, même parlement pour Choiseul, et puis Choiseul Saltibus. On va Bradley Phoenix, nous aussi Denry, Sud-Denry là aussi, nous avons parlement pour Soufrière, Saint-Jacques qui est présent aussi. Nous avons parlement pour Naslawe Kanawi, ici, avec mon parlement pour Babono, nous avons là aussi mon parlement pour ça c'est
Castries
Nord Castries. On va Stevenson King est là aussi. Avec le nous aller en haut tableau, nous avons même parlement pour Labo, un petit peu Labo, c'est Nord en Vieux-Fort, Vieux-Fort North. On va voir Moses Jean-Baptiste. Aussi, même parlement pour Denry, Nord Denry, ça c'est, on va Sean Edward, il est là aussi. Il y a des ici avec qui laisse l'autre monde, Virgin.
The parliamentary representative for Castries South, the Honourable Ernest Hilaire. He sits to the left of the member for Dennery, and to his left is the Attorney General. Of course, the Attorney General is not an elected parliamentarian.
Mais comment on dit ça? Après, c'est la première fois nous avons honorable avocat gouvernement qui a 6 camions en place là. Moi pense tout déjà ouais ça.
I can't recall.
Mais quand même il a fait un travail, c'est lui travail c'est pour conseiller, bah il gouvernement conseil à ce ça qui a passé. Et maintenant il quitte escassé pour qui est-ce qu'il a?
Pour pour moi. And the representative for East Castries, the Honorable Prime Minister, of course, is in the house as we are seeing the chambers being filled also with, we see some senators in there. So it looks like a very well-attended session this morning. And the leader of government business is making his way to one of the, do you call it a chamber?
Gallery.
To one of the gallery, and we just seen the Prime Minister's press secretary has just walked in, and the members are getting comfortable. They seem very comfortable, and we are hoping for a quick start. We're hoping that proceedings will commence shortly.
Enfin, normalement en Virgin, les l'année assez pour commencer.
There is a quorum.
Mais le quorum c'est combien? C'est 9. Je ne sais pas si exactement combien, mais là c'est un certain limo qui ni pour ni ici pour commencer avec tout le temps ça pas pas ni ça ou pas ça commencer. Mais l'année assez monde qui prépare là, nous on est quoi membre parlement pour Sud-Est Castries, on va Joachim Henry entrer avec nous avons gamme qui nous avons commencé tout à l'heure puisque nous avons ils sont chargeants et puis Miss là mais ça c'est ça chargeant Kachaï pour représenter la Reine l'Angleterre. Eh bien ça c'est pas la Reine en cause mais c'est roi l'Angleterre. Eh bien nous avons paraître alors ça veut dire à n'importe moment nous avons échappé à la porte là avec la main. Après c'est le speaker qui est constitué là pour commencer la session.
Let us pray.
Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom and understanding, we thine unworthy servants here gathered together in thy name do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that we, having thy fair always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsel may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the King, the public weal, peace and tranquility of St. Lucia, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Ghost be with us evermore. Amen.
Good morning, honorable members. And even this late, please allow me to officially wish each and every one of you a happy new year. And of course, a happy 46th year of independence. I also wish to congratulate all of the awardees who were bestowed with Independence Awards. I am in receipt of a note from the member for Grosley, who has indicated his inability to be with us today. Members will be aware that the Independence Youth Debate took place on Tuesday 4th and Wednesday 5th February 2025, with the Suppression of Escalated Crime Police Powers Bill being debated. Whilst this was passed in the House, it failed in the Senate when the independent senator joined with the opposition members to defeat the bill. I received comments from throughout the region, including from parliamentarians, highlighting the high quality of the debate, in which connection I am pleased to inform that I have invited as my guest today the individual whom I considered the MVP of the debate, Ms. Davian Alexander, hailing from the constituency of Vieux-Fort North. No doubt, Vieux-Fort North member, no doubt the MP for Vieux-Fort South will remind me that she attends school in the constituency of Vieux-Fort South and consequently spends a considerable amount of time there. I have therefore invited the member for Labrie to referee that particular issue. Members, regarding the order paper, please note that all of the bills for second reading were previously circulated, and never mind the state 2024, this will be corrected following the conclusion of the debate. I wish as well to announce that the Bocas Secondary School has embarked on a fundraising activity to undertake improvements to the school, in which connection tickets are available in the lounge. And no, the member for Castries East was not the initiator of this at this instance. At this point, I wish to direct members to the big screens so that the newcomers among you, and when I say newcomers, that would exempt only the member for Castries East, Castries North, and Vieux-Fort South, to what the chamber looked like in the mid-80s. I'm sure members recognize quite a few of those present and the quality or the lack thereof of the seating for members. So you can recognize President Henry Girodi, to his right, Speaker St. Clair Daniel, and the throne speech being delivered by Sir Alan Lewis. And in those days, the wife of the Governor General sat next to the Governor General. So that is Lady Edna Lewis there. You could see Romanus Lancico, George Mallet, Sir John Compton, Louis George. So we have come some way. Members are now able to slide their chairs in and out as opposed to getting up and pushing the chairs. So I think the member for Castries North, you are actually in that photograph. Yes. You would, or did you arrive in 1987? Yes, you would be there as well, yes. So just thought I'd bring some history to the Parliament. Statements from ministers. Minister for Tourism. Minister for the Public Service, Gender Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to express our regrets and my regrets on the brutal murder of 2 young women in recent times. It is unfortunate when these incidents happen in our country. And these 2 women go by the name of Alana Bernard and Jolie Williams. The same applies to instances when young men and older men experience untimely death in our country. And this is what we articulate when we speak of gender equality. Mr. Speaker, permit me to extend greetings to the constituents of Barbados and to you, Mr. Speaker, for starting off the discussion in Parliament in 2025. And I trust that we will have a very successful year in this House. Mr. Speaker, as we approach International Women's Day in 2025, we need to celebrate our achievements and develop the courage to face the challenges ahead of us as we continue to strive to achieve gender equality in our society and beyond. The theme for International Women's Day 2025 is "For all women and girls, rights, equality, and empowerment." For this year, we will start off with a concert at the Cultural Center from 7:30 p.m. by Lady Lynn on March 1st. She has decided to collaborate with the Department of Gender, where she will promote her legacy as a woman who has made her mark in Calypso. We will have spiritual celebrations that will involve both men and women at the Derek Walcott Square from 10 a.m. on March 6th. We are developing a documentary on the progress of St. Lucia on Beijing Plus 30, honoring women who have contributed to the national development from various constituencies. We will have intergenerational mixer that will be at the Sanders Grand on March 7th from 10 a.m. And we have sessions on women leadership seminar and many other activities. I encourage everyone to support these events as part of our commitment to advance gender equality in St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, I am both proud and humble at the same time to be the one to present to you on the commemoration of the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Platform for Action, the landmark global framework for advancing gender equality and women's empowerment has been implemented in St. Lucia since 1995. It is surreal that this roadmap is the outcome document of a conference that I participated in 30 years ago in Beijing, China. Mr. Speaker, the overview of the Beijing Platform for Action, adopted in 1995, remains one of the most comprehensive global blueprints for gender equality. It outlines 12 critical areas of concern where progress needed to have been made to the advancement of women in national development. It includes women's access to education, health, economic opportunities, and participation in decision-making. Over the past 3 decades, although St. Lucia has made significant strides in implementing this platform, some challenges remain. However, the progress in advancement of women in St. Lucia since implementing the Platform for Action speaks. And here I highlight in a chronological order from 1995 to 2024. Over the past 30 years, St. Lucia has achieved progress in legislative strengthening, political participation of women, notably in the Senate, economic empowerment, education and skills development, and social protection. Some of these milestones include, in 1995, representation of the 4th World Conference on Women, Beijing, China, agreement on Beijing Platform for Action, ratification of Belém-do-Pará Convention, Inter-American Convention on the Prevention, Punishment, and Eradication of Violence Against Women, enactment of Domestic Violence Summary Proceedings Act. In 1996, we had the enactment of Attachment of Earning Maintenance Act. In 1998, change in nomenclature to reflect policy shift to gender and development. In 2000, enactment of Equality of Opportunity and Treatment in Employment and Occupation Act. In 2001, formal opening of Women's Support Center, a shelter for battered women and their dependent children. 2006, presentation of St. Lucia's initial 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, 5th, and 6th report to the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women at the United Nations, CEDAW, New York. Enactment of Counter-Trafficking Act in 2010. In 2016, development of Partnership of Action to End Gender-Based Violence. In 2017, publication of Running in Hills. In 2021, adoption of Essential Service Package for Women and Girls subject to violence. Establishment of Gender-Based Violence Referral Pathway. In 2022, enactment of Domestic Violence Act number 11 of 2022. Establishment of Women's Parliamentary Caucus. In 2023, establishment of Gender Focal Points. And in 2024, establishment of National Interagency Task Force for Gender-Based Violence Prevention and Response. In the last 4 years alone, we have strengthened legislation. St. Lucia became a part of the agreement in 2021 ensuring women's participation in environmental decision-making and access to justice in environmental matters. The Domestic Violence Act, number 11 of 2022, expanded the definition of domestic violence and increased protection for victims. It also mandates regular training for law enforcement and other state actors. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to women's political representation, we have for the first time in history achieved gender parity in the Senate, where over 50% of the representatives are female. Additionally, the President of the Senate is a woman. The establishment of Women's Parliamentary Caucus in 2022 has provided a platform for women in politics to advocate for gender equality. And this parliamentary caucus is bipartisan from all political parties. In the area of economic empowerment, initiatives like the MSME Loan Grant Facility and the Youth Economy Agency have provided women with access to finance and business development opportunities. Notably, 49% of MSME loan recipients are women, a significant step towards closing the gap in the entrepreneurship. Programs developed by organizations such as Helen Daughters have empowered rural women in agriculture, providing scholarships and training to enhance their skills and market access. Mr. Speaker, in the area of education and skills development, St. Lucia has made strides in promoting STEM education for girls, with initiatives like the Renewable Energy Sector Development Project, which offers scholarships and apprenticeships in traditionally male-dominated fields. The establishment of technical and vocational education and training, TVET, centers have provided employability for young women, particularly in underserved communities. Mr. Speaker, as it relates to social protection, the introduction of universal health care for pregnant mothers and the removal of VAT on sanitary napkins have improved access to health services and menstrual hygiene products. The Home Health Program and the Disability Grant have provided support for elderly persons and persons with disabilities, many of whom are women. Mr. Speaker, despite these many great gains, it is important to highlight some challenges and setbacks. Gender payback and occupational segregation. Women continue to be overrepresented in the low-paying care sectors, while men dominate higher-paying technical fields. The gender gap in St. Lucia is estimated at 22%, with women earning less than men across various sectors because of the type of work mostly associated to women and those associated with men. Gender-based violence, COVID-19 pandemic, exacerbated gender-based violence with an alarming increase in intimate partner violence and women's death due to murder. Unpaid care work. Women bear the brunt of unpaid care and domestic work, which limits the participation in the formal economy. The pandemic highlighted the need for policies to recognize, reduce, and redistribute this burden on women. We welcome the minimum wage, which has certainly improved the quality of life of many women. Poor media representation of women. Women continue to be stereotyped in the media, often portrayed as objects of pleasure rather than as leaders and professionals. This perpetuates harmful gender norms and limits women's visibility in decision-making roles. Pushback on gender equality. There is a growing perception that women's empowerment threatens men's stability, leading to resistance against gender equality initiatives. This pushback undermines progress and requires targeted intervention to address them. Mr. Speaker, given these areas of progress and the challenges and setbacks highlighted at the national consultation held last year to review Beijing Platform for Action, some national priorities for the next 5 years were proposed. Unpaid care and domestic work. Implementing policies to recognize, reduce, and redistribute unpaid care work, including expanding affordable childcare services. Eliminating gender-based violence, strengthening enforcement of Domestic Violence Act, and increasing support services for survivors. Access to health care. Improving access to sexual and reproductive health services and education. Poverty eradication. Leveraging women's contribution to agriculture and food security to reduce poverty, particularly in rural areas. Challenging discriminatory social norms. Launching national campaigns to challenge harmful gender stereotypes and promote gender equality. To achieve these priorities, we must strengthen partnerships, collaborate with civil society, development partners, and the private sector to implement gender-responsive policies and programs. Invest in data and research. Improve the collection and use of gender disaggregated data to inform decision-making and monitor progress. Enhance accountability for gender equality. Establish clear indicators and reporting mechanisms to track progress on gender equality goals. Promote inclusive leadership. Encourage more women to take on leadership roles in politics, business, and community organizations. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Platform for Action is not just a time for reflection, but also a call for action. Gender equality is not a woman's issue. It is a societal imperative that benefits everyone. As we move forward, let us commit to the principles of Beijing Platform for Action, of which we continue to be a party, and work together to create a St. Lucia where every man, woman, girl, and boy can live free from violence, discrimination, and inequality. I call on all women, young and old, men and young boys to join in the celebrations to promote all women and girls as they strive to achieve their rights, equality, and empowerment to advance development in our nation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Tourism, Investment, Creative Industries, Culture and Information.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had previously addressed this honorable chamber through a minister's statement on the Citizenship by Investment program. In that statement, I addressed all the concerns which were expressed by the opposition and the now infamous Martinez. I have also delivered a statement to the nation on concerns and issues raised by Martinez. I also addressed the business community to address concerns raised. Honorable members, you will recall that the infamous Martinez filing of a RICO case, supported by the leader of the opposition, was unceremoniously dropped. But last week, Thursday, 20th February 2025, it was brought to my attention via social media, as I was not served at that time, that a lawsuit was filed by the leader of the opposition against the CIP. Further to that, Mr. Speaker, I have learned that I was deliberately not served as the leader of the opposition in a malicious attempt tried to get the court to grant him an immediate injunction to stop the CIP without allowing us to respond to his unfounded allegations. I was also advised that the court determined that it would not grant an immediate injunction as there is nothing urgent about this matter and that he should serve his claim properly. I was served on Friday morning. Mr. Speaker, the rules of the House do not allow for parliamentarians to debate on a matter which is before the courts. And it is not accepted practice within our judicial system for court matters to be debated in public. I will respect these conventions and not discuss the details of the case. However, I will provide an assurance to the people of St. Lucia and this Honorable House, and I will explain to the nation why the leader of the opposition is pursuing this matter. Ever since I assumed the ministerial responsibility for CIP, I have remained steadfast in my pursuit to execute my portfolio diligently and in accordance with the laws and policies that guide me and the CIP unit. I will continue to vigorously answer and defend this matter against our CIP as it is libelous and it is causing untold damage to St. Lucia and the welfare of its people. The leader of the opposition is deliberately being politically destructive and has been hell-bent to do so through his legal maneuverings and mischief, with no regard to the country's reputation and livelihood of our people, and of course the economic stability of St. Lucia. What is so sad is on this occasion, this was done at independence, at a time when all St. Lucians were celebrating another success of the independence battle relay, which he did not take part in, and indulging in activities displaying national pride like never before. That angered the leader of the opposition. It took place after public servants received their much welcome back pay and pensioners receive another payout. And pensioners receive another payout. Now that really angered the leader of the opposition. Mr. Speaker, this time, his filing was not about Philip J. Pierre or his family, and not so much about Ernest Hilaire. It was about St. Lucia. Sad, 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 Mr. Speaker. There is no doubt that Alan Chasney is an angel of progress in this country. He continues this relentless effort to retard our government's successes. He is proving to us that he would do anything, no matter how reckless or destructive, to sabotage St. Lucia's progress. His latest attempt to block Galaxy's CIP applications and stop the infrastructure option is nothing more than a desperate, selfish, political stunt which he has fashioned to hurt the very people he proclaims to care about. The leader of the opposition claims that he has enough money and he may be rich enough, not to feel the consequences of his action. But he ignores the fact that the average St. Lucian is not as rich as he claims to be and suffers because of his actions. The former Prime Minister knows full well that the halt of CIP applications will dampen investment, slow down job creation, and ultimately weaken St. Lucia's economy. Cognizant of that fact, he is persistent in going down this path of destruction. He wants to score cheap political points, and quite frankly, this is not leadership. It is a national sabotage. I thought associating with Martinez was treasonous and bad enough, but the actions of Martinez failed, and now he must find another attempt to destroy the progress in St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, I have come to realize that the actions of the leader of the opposition is hypocritical at its finest. Under his own administration, he had absolutely no problems with approving CIP applications. But now, when St. Lucians are finally seeing improvements in their salaries, their pensions, and their overall economic well-being, he tries to push this divisive agenda and block all opportunities derived from the CIP. So, for example, the CIP program significantly benefited St. Lucians in providing over $5 million for back-to-school support and other school support. Rather than championing this policy and investment in a country he desperately wants to govern, he tries everything now to destroy it. I must ask him, where is the concern that you carry for St. Lucia? Where is it? Was it there when you sat in government for 5.5 years? The reality of this is that the leader of the opposition in no way cares about the people of St. Lucia. His main concern is stopping St. Lucia's progress. The honorable member was Prime Minister for more than 5 years. He promised to run St. Lucia like a business. He promised ching-ching in the pockets of St. Lucians. Instead, we inherited in 2021 the worst economy in the Caribbean, worst affected country by COVID-19. Unemployment was over 20%. Youth unemployment was 35%. He was a miserable failure. But watch who is bringing jobs to St. Lucia. PJP. Watch who is taking care. Speaker, just 1 minute. I have a little technological issue. You know? This one. No, I got it. Yeah, it's food. Watch who is bringing jobs to St. Lucia. PJP. Watch who is bringing ching-ching in the pockets of St. Lucians. PJP. The filing of this injunction by the opposition leader is a nasty and ruthless attack on St. Lucia's bright future. The CIP is a central driver of economic growth in St. Lucia. It provides funding for critical infrastructure projects, creates jobs, and strengthens our position in the global economy. The blocking of these applications would lead to fewer opportunities for businesses, fewer jobs for young people, and fewer resources to invest in healthcare and national development. He is not just attacking government, he's attacking the people of St. Lucia. He's attacking St. Lucia's future. His reckless actions are not just damaging us at home, they are making headlines all over the world. The international press has already reported on his attempt to cripple St. Lucia's economy. Imagine that. All over the world, this matter is being talked about as an attempt to cripple St. Lucia's economy. And this will have serious consequences for our reputation. Investors watch these developments closely. By dragging St. Lucia's name through the mud, he is carrying away potential investors and damaging confidence in our citizenship and investment program. His message to the world is clear. St. Lucia is unstable. Don't invest here. And why? Because he's bitter about losing power. Mr. Speaker, ever since the leader of the opposition and the United Workers' Party started with these unfounded, fabricated allegations of corruption in the CIP, by me and the government, our applications have been reducing, and we have done work to stabilize it in anticipation of a rebound. But now, this is going to do further damage and a reduction of revenue for the country. Just what the leader of the opposition and the UWP wants. To hurt and destroy St. Lucia and its people. He prefers to see a country suffer because he was categorically rejected by the people in July 2021. Mr. Speaker, Martinez brought forward his lawsuit, which he always knew, and I explained to the entire country, had no merit, as St. Lucia had never done business with him. The leader of the opposition keeps repeating that Martinez withdrew the case because I claim immunity. Me, I never claim immunity, as I was never made a defendant in the matter. Mr. Speaker, do you recall that Martinez said over and over that he would be amending the filing to add me, and then months after he said he was not adding me anymore and that he's withdrawing the matter? I'm sure you can remember that. But the leader of the opposition, to hide his shame and in typical dishonest manner, claims that I was a defendant and I invoked immunity. How can one invoke immunity when one was never a defendant or served with a lawsuit? He would be able to answer that question, as he has been obsessed with the courts. I think he has over 15 cases before the courts now against various people. Mr. Speaker, I want you to ask yourself a simple question. If Galaxy was the main defendant who allegedly did all the wrongs, why did Martinez not continue against them? When Galaxy would not have been and is not able to invoke any immunity? I want the leader of the opposition to answer that question. The answer is simple. They had no case. St. Lucia was added on the request of the leader of the opposition to hurt our country, our government, and our people. Mr. Speaker, what I can assure this Parliament, and indeed the people of St. Lucia, we, this Philip JP administration, will not allow the leader of the opposition and the UWP to succeed in continuing to damage the reputation of St. Lucia. His fabricated utterances are bringing St. Lucia into disrepute and causing untold damage. And he simply does not care, as long as he is not the leader of this country. Mr. Speaker, already we've had to delay major road infrastructure. We had intended to repair most of the roads under the infrastructure option. And it is due to setbacks he created by unfounded allegations about CIP. The leader of the opposition thinks that he's our master and we should obey his word. I'm sure this sounds familiar. And if he cannot have his way, everybody must be hurt. They must suffer. It is his way or no way. Ask members of his own party. Secretly, they tell us all the evils that he does. Well, let me remind you, opposition leader, not here, not in this place. This Philip JP government would not allow an unpatriotic, selfish individual who was too happy during the nation's 46th anniversary celebrations to inflict economic and financial harm on the people of this country. While the PM was paying back pays, bonuses, pensions, and salary increases. That is the comparison between the two. One destroys and the other one builds. Leader of the opposition, you will not succeed. If what you want to pursue, if that's what you want to pursue, you will never succeed. We are going to mount a serious defense and show the people of St. Lucia, and indeed our international partners, that there has been total transparency, multi-layered due diligence, and approval of citizenship in accordance with the CIP legislation and regulations. Mr. Speaker, I will personally fight the actions of the leader of the opposition, because if he wins, it means no repairing of the Kubaril Road, no community center in Cicera, no playing field upgrade and no pavilion in Banan, no roads will be fixed in Monkey Tongue and Goodlands. I cannot allow him to succeed. I must fight him. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to be part of this Labour government. I am proud to be part of a government that continues to provide welfare, educational and entrepreneurial opportunities to St. Lucians. I have watched policies of this Philip J. Pierre administration come into fruition and greatly benefit St. Lucians. whilst this leader of the opposition tries to destroy those opportunities. But we have remained focused on delivering real and tangible results for all St. Lucians. The SLP has worked tirelessly to improve wages, strengthen the economy, and ensure that St. Lucia remains an attractive destination for investment. This reckless move by the leader of the opposition is a direct attack on the progress we have made. St. Lucia is moving forward, and we will not allow the UWP political leader to drag us back into stagnation. The people deserve leadership that prioritizes their livelihoods, not an entitled politician who thinks nothing of causing economic hardship just to satisfy his own political ambitions. The SLP stands with the people. We will continue working to build a stronger, more prosperous St. Lucia, despite the leader of the opposition's desperate attempts to tear it down. We will always be triumphant, despite his malicious attempts. You know why, Mr. Speaker? Because all we know on this side of the House is putting people first. And when you do what is right and coupled with putting people first, you can never go wrong. A philosopher once said that an evil man will burn his own nation to the ground to rule over the ashes. It is sad to say that I have seen the words of that philosopher right here in St. Lucia. The leader of the opposition is so desperate to return to power that he is willing to burn everything to the ground just to sit on the ashes. He doesn't care about the impact on jobs, businesses, or families. His only concern is regaining control so he can sit on the ashes. What kind of leader actively works to bring his own country down? This isn't just bad politics, it's downright unpatriotic. Mr. Speaker, this government has a mission, and that is to ensure every single person will benefit from its policies. We have remained committed to accelerating boundless economic opportunity, and we will defend our due diligence, our competence, and our CIP as much as we can. This leader of the opposition will not stifle the progress of the people's government, and we refuse to allow him to do it. St. Lucia, your CIP is being handled safely, with every ounce of integrity you can think of. We shall not be moved, and will remain committed, delivering to the people of St. Lucia. Now, just as when we entered office in 2021. I thank you.
Papers to be laid. Prime Minister, Minister for Finance, Economic Development, Youth Economy, Justice and National Security.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory Instrument number 166 of 2024, Fiscal Incentive St. Lou Woodworking Limited Amendment Order. Statutory Instrument number 167 of 2024, Fiscal Incentive Easy Green Energy Company Limited Order. Statutory Instrument number 169 of 2024, Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court Judicial Officers Pensions Act Commencement Order. Statutory Instrument number 170 of 2024, Resolution of Parliament to authorize the making of an order for the 2022 supplement to the revised edition of the laws. Statutory Instrument number 171 of 2024, Value Added Tax Resolution of Parliament to approve the draft Value Added Tax Amendment of Schedule 3, number 6 order. Statutory Instrument number 172 of 2024, Customs Duties Amendment of Schedule number 4, number 3 order. Statutory Instrument number 174 of 2024, Excise Tax Amendment of Schedule 1, number 18 order. Statutory Instrument number 1 of 2025, Value Added Tax Amendments Schedule 3, number 6 order. Statutory Instrument number 3 of 2025, Supplement to Revised Laws Commencement Order. Statutory Instrument number 5 of 2025, Excise Tax Amendment of Schedule 1, number 1 order. Statutory Instrument number 8 of 2025, Fiscal Incentives Numerous Solutions Incorporated Order. Statutory instrument number 13 of 2025, legal profession eligibility, the Andrew Chanel Goss order. Statutory instrument number 14 of 2025, legal professions eligibility, Charlene and Leona Skit order. Statutory instrument number 18 of 2025, excise tax amendment of Schedule 1, number 2 order. Statutory instrument number 19 of 2025, insolvency act commencement order. Statutory instrument number 22 of 2025, legal professions eligibility order.
Prime Minister, you may want to go back to statutory instrument number 8. You missed that one.
National insurance.
Statutory instrument number 8 of 2025, National Insurance Corporation Amendment Regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to lay the following paper as stable in my name. Statutory instrument number 168 of 2024, St. Lucia Tourism Authority Board of Directors notice. Statutory instrument number 15 of 2025, Tourism Stimulus and Investment, 1881 Holdings, Inc. order. Statutory instrument number 23 of 2025, Tourism Development, MJ Wheelers, Inc. order.
Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister with responsibility for housing and local government.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory instrument number 9 of 2025, St. Lucia National Housing Corporation, Jackman Ancillary Vesting Order. Statutory instrument number 10 of 2025, St. Lucia National Housing Corporation, Casaba Grosile Vesting Order.
Minister for Commerce, Manufacturing, Business Development, Cooperatives and Consumer Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, before I lay my papers, I want to add my voice to that of my colleague in expressing condolences to the family of Alana Bernard and Jolie Williams and the other young persons who have lost their lives. Mr. Speaker, what is happening before us is affecting our youth. It's also affecting
Minister,
our seniors.
you really ought to have made a ministerial statement. It's one thing to, in passing, make the comment, but if you're going to go into a testimonial, you really should have made a ministerial statement.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to make a testimonial. I'm just saying, before I lay the table, this is my first time in Parliament since this event. I want to express my condolences in the People's Parliament. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your permission. Mr. Speaker, I want, with your permission, Mr. Speaker, to lay the following papers appearing in my name. Statutory instrument number 173 of 2024, Price Control Amendment number 18 order. Statutory instrument number 2 of 2025, Consumer Protection, appointment of members of the Consumer Protection Council notice. Statutory instrument number 4 of 2025, Price Control Amendment number 1 order. Statutory instrument number 6 of 2025, Export St. Lucia, appointment of the National Export Council order. Statutory instrument number 7 of 2025, Regulated Substances, appointment of the Board of the Regulated Substances Authority notice. Statutory instrument number 11 of 2025, Micro and Small Scale Business Enterprises, ZMED, Ambulance Transport Service order. And statutory instrument number 17 of 2025, Price Control Amendment number 2 order.
Senior Minister and Minister for Infrastructure, Ports, Transport, Physical Development and Urban Renewal.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers standing in my name. Statutory instrument number 16 of 2025, Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic, designation of inspectors order. Statutory instrument number 20 of 2025, motor vehicles and road traffic, registration, amendment of schedule regulations, and statutory instrument number 21 of 2025, motor vehicles and road traffic, registration, amendment of schedule, revocation regulations.
Motions. Prime Minister, Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, whereas under Section 109(1)(a) of the Value Added Tax Cap 15.42 the Act, is provided that the Minister for Finance may, by order published in the Gazette, amend the schedules to the Act. And whereas it is further provided under Section 1092 of the Act that an order made pursuant to Section 1091 of the Act is subject to an affirmative resolution of Parliament, except where the amendment is to the customs tariff headings. And whereas the Parliament approved the draft value-added tax amendment Schedule 3 number 6 order by the Value-Added Tax Act, resolution of Parliament to approve the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 3 number 6 order, Statutory Instrument number 171 of 2024. And whereas the draft value-added tax act amendment of Schedule 3 number 6 order is published as the value-added tax act amendment of Schedule 3 order, Statutory Instrument number 1 of 2025. And whereas the Minister of Finance seeks approval of the draft value-added tax amendment Schedule 3 number 1 order to amend Schedule 3 of the Act by an authoritative resolution of Parliament to include as an exempt import the import of 2 vehicles by the MV Logos Hope for the period commencing from the 28th day of January 2025 and terminating on the 27th day of February 2025. Be resolved that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 3, number 1 order, which amends Schedule 3 of the Act to include as an exempt import the import of 2 vehicles by the MV Logos Hope for the period commencing from 28th day of January 2025 and terminating on the 27th day of February 2025. Mr. Speaker, this is a resolution to allow the MV Logos, you know, the ship that comes here with literature, with books for the public to read and to buy at a very reduced price. And they imported 2 vehicles for use during their stay in St. Lucia. And they asked for a waiver of VAT and for a waiver of duties and excise tax, etc. The Cabinet approved the waiver of customs duties and the Minister of Finance the excise tax, but we cannot waive VAT, value-added tax, unless you come to Parliament. VAT cannot be changed can't be waived except if there is affirmative resolution in Parliament. So this is a simple resolution asking for the Parliament to approve the waiver of VAT for the 2 vehicles. These vehicles will go back in the ship and be exported on the 28th of February.
Honourable members, the question is that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 3, number 1 order, which amends Schedule 3 of the Act to include as an exempt import the import of 2 vehicles by the MV Logos Hope for the period commencing from the 28th day of January 2025 and terminating on the 27th day of February 2025. Member for Mico South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me join my other colleagues in wishing everybody a happy New Year, prosperous New Year. And I hope that we all continue to prosper in St. Lucia, in a democratic and a country that follows the rule of law. And that's the purpose of the courts. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to, on this motion, to thank Logos for the contribution they've made to St. Lucia over the years, the gift of knowledge that they bring to the people of St. Lucia, and particularly our younger persons. I was very happy to see the ship now in Vieux Fort, and I'm hoping that that will be a continued policy, as the persons in the South, particularly my constituency, have been deprived in many ways of the gift that Logos offers. So again, I want to commend the government on this initiative, but in particular to thank Logos, its investors, and all the persons who participate in the program for the good work that they have done in St. Lucia. And I'm looking forward to the members, my constituents in particular, of having access, continued access to Logos. And I'm hoping that the vehicles are going to be used to bring more people, or to bring books more accessibly to the people in the community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Prime Minister, do you wish to add anything to what you've said? Okay. Honourable members, the question is that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 3, Number 1 order, which amends Schedule 3 of the Act to include as an exempt import the import of 2 vehicles by the MV Locust Hope for the period commencing from the 28th day of January 2025 and terminating on the 27th day of February 2025. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bills. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Sovereign Wealth Fund.
Sovereign Wealth Fund.
Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this bill be presented at the next, for second reading at the next or subsequent sitting of this Honourable House.
Minister for Finance.
For first reading, a bill shortly entitled Virtual Asset Business Amendment.
Virtual Asset Business Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of the Standing Order number 48-2 to enable this bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Minister for Finance to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed, Minister for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the bill for consideration is the Virtual Assets Bill. Virtual Assets Business Amendment Bill. The Virtual Assets Business Amendment Act, the Virtual Asset Business Act, number 24 of 2022, the Act, was enacted to provide a regulatory and supervisory framework for virtual asset service providers operating in St. Lucia. However, upon further analysis, it was determined that the Act did not fully align with the recommendation of 15.5 or the Financial Action Task Force recommendations. Recommendation 15.5 provides that countries should take action to identify natural or legal persons that carry out virtual asset business activities within the requisite license or registration and apply appropriate sanctions to them. Mr. Speaker, the FATF was established in 1989 by the G7 Summit, has set global standards to combat money laundering and terrorist financing. These standards include Recommendation 15, which mandates regulatory oversight of virtual assets and providers of these virtual assets. Mr. Speaker, The current definition of a person under Section 2 of the Virtual Asset Bill does not include a natural person. Instead, it defines a person as including a sole corporation, a body incorporated or incorporated, a firm, an association, and a partnership. As a result, enforcement actions cannot be effectively applied to individuals who offer or operate a virtual asset business as virtual asset service providers without due authorization. To address this efficiency and ensure compliance with international standards, the following amendments have been proposed. Amendment of Section 2, the definition of a person, to be amended and expanded to include natural persons, thereby ensuring that individuals engaged in unlicensed virtual asset service providers fall within the scope of this Act. Amendment to Section 4, the insertion of a new subsection 6A to grant the Financial Services Regulation Authority the power to monitor virtual asset businesses and take enforcement against unlicensed operators. The amendment of this Act, Mr. Speaker, will ensure a robust regulatory enforcement and compliance with international financial standards. It will also provide the FSRA with the legal authority to actively monitor and penalize individuals and entities engaged in unauthorized virtual asset activities, thereby strengthening St. Lucia's financial regulatory environment. Mr. Speaker, basically it's an amendment to two sections of the bill, Section 2 and Section 4 of the Virtual Asset Amendment Bill.
Honourable members, the question is that the Virtual Asset Business Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Virtual Asset Business Act number 24 of 2022.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 3.
Amendment of Section 2.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 4.
Amendment of Section 4.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the Virtual Asset Business Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Virtual Asset Business Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This Act may be cited as the Virtual Asset Business Amendment Act 2025.
Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for first reading a bill shortly entitled Security Interest in Movable Property Amendment.
Security Interest in Movable Property Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for suspension of Standing Order number 48-2 to enable this bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honourable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Finance Minister to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted, Finance Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Security Interest in Movable Property Amendment. Mr. Speaker, in November 2022, the government, this Honourable House, passed the Security Interest in Movable Property Act in order to create and facilitate the ease of doing business, especially for small, medium, and micro businesses. As such, the Act allows medium and micro businesses to use movable property, such as appliances and equipment, and vehicles as security. However, Mr. Speaker, to provide further clarity in the implementation of the Act, it is necessary to amend the Act to provide for stamp duty exemption to apply to transactions regarding movable assets. So what this amendment seeks to do, Mr. Speaker, is it seeks to allow a waiver of stamp duty on assets, on movable assets, Mr. Speaker, so that small businesses can be further supported to borrow or to expand. Basically, a simple amendment.
Honourable members, the question is that the Security Interest in Movable Property Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Security Interest in Movable Property Act number 22 of 2022.
Clause 2.
Amendment of Section 3.
Clause 1. Sorry, Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. And now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the Security Interest in Movable Property Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Finance Minister.
I beg to move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be passed, be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Security Interest in Movable Property Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same, as follows. This Act may be cited as the Security Interest in Movable Property Amendment Act 2025.
Minister for Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Child Justice Amendment. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the bill is to amend the Child Justice Act, Cap 3.09. Mr. Speaker, in 2018, the Government of St. Lucia instituted legislation to establish a judicial process for children in conflict with the law and to protect the rights of children. The bill was prepared by the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States OECS Commission in 2006 and was adopted to St. Lucia's in 2016. Mr. Speaker, while St. Lucia has many laws regarding child offenders, these laws require social services to support the laws, and the international principles that are contained in the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. The UN Convention represents the benchmark used to assist member states to establish legislative reforms relating to a child alleged or accused of having infringed the penal law. In keeping with the intention of the Act, the enactment of the bill removes the power of the court to impose a restrictive sentence and replaces the power with a discretion to impose a sentence on the child that it considers appropriate. Mr. Speaker, the bill basically amends Section 54(2) of the Act by replacing the power of the court to impose a sentence of 3 years with a provision which grants the court a discretion to impose an appropriate sentence. The bill also amends Section 81(3), correcting the reference to the provisions of the Criminal Code, Cap 301, which has been replaced under the Act. Mr. Speaker, basically, it is allowing the court to use its discretion to impose a sentence on a child instead of what happens presently.
Member, you may want to bring that up on committee stage. Honourable members, the question is that the Child Justice Amendment Bill be read a second time. Both of you caught my eye. Will one of you yield?
Well, give way.
Okay. Member for Suzel Saltibus.
Beauty before age. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I provide my short contribution on this bill, I just wish to extend profound sympathies to the Labadie family of Choiseul. Mr. Speaker, we are all aware of the brutal chopping that took place in the community some time ago, and last week the father succumbed. Very sad situation, Mr. Speaker. Choiseul seems to be having more than its fair share of people passing to the great beyond, but when it is from such horrific situations, you know, it is definitely something that we need to speak up against and speak out against, Mr. Speaker. There just seems to be just such a negative aura with so many things happening, you know, Mr. Speaker. You know, loss of life, not just through the gun or through the knife, but there seems to be such a recklessness on our roads as well, Mr. Speaker. And I pray that, you know, the spirit of godliness would resume in our country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a contribution on the Child Justice Amendment Bill or Act. As indicated by the Prime Minister, the amendment seems to adjust the period which is has been cast in stone from 3 years to pretty much at the discretion of the judge. Mr. Speaker, I'm of the opinion that why fix what is not broken? And we may try to bury our head in the sun, but there is a perception in our public space as to how justice is meted out in our courts. And I think providing this subjectivity to a judge, Mr. Speaker, can only continue to fuel such a perception. And we have seen in the past where judges or magistrates have that discretion. And for example, when it comes to a gun-related offense, where some offenders may get a slap on the wrist and others may get, the whole 9 yards thrown at them. And as a result of that, Mr. Speaker, I am of the firm belief that, we really should not interfere in what has been working. I thought the Honorable Prime Minister would also touch on maybe the age that we're referring to when it comes to the issue of a child, because there have been a school of thought that when you look at some of the young people, particularly early teenagers committing various offenses, that these are people who are very aware of what they're doing, unlike when you look at a youngster, say below the age of 12, for example. And maybe there should be a variation or differentiation as it relates to where the discretion should come in. Should it come in for somebody you consider pretty much a child under 12 perception, or when you look at a teenager, as whether that should be treated differently? So that is my outlook on this adjustment that we're trying to make, and whether we should not go a little deeper in making an amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Vieux South.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, that it is exceedingly rare that I would agree with the member for Roswell Saltibus, as I do on this occasion. But I want to take a slight departure from the main thrust of his argument, though I believe that we may, in fact, end up at the same junction, albeit for different reasons. Mr. Speaker, I have, particularly over the last couple of years, emphasized to honorable members the absolute necessity for parliamentarians to guard their power and their authority very carefully. I said that, Mr. Speaker, to emphasize that we are in constant danger of surrendering and abdicating our responsibilities as legislators. And nowhere is this more apparent than our efforts to hand over our powers and authority to public servants, public officers, because they believe we are tainted. But it is even more apparent when it comes to the courts of St. Lucia and judges generally. Let me rephrase that. When it comes to judges, Mr. Speaker, I'm aware of the tension that exists, particularly in respect of the sentencing powers of judges. And increasingly over the years, what we have seen is a tendency among judges to carve out for themselves the power to sentence and actually to even ignore Parliament's prescriptions regarding sentencing and sentencing procedures. The courts find refuge in the Constitution. They cite separation of powers. They cite the rule of law. They cite the need to ensure protection of the law. And they cite, too, when it suits their purposes, ensuring that citizens receive fair and balanced treatment. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have responded in Parliament by conceding to that argument. We don't contest it. So even in instances where the legislation says that the sentencing power of the judge should be imposing a sentence of a maximum of 10 years in prison, the courts come back, the judges come back and tell you that you cannot tell them what the maximum sentence must be. All you can do is to give a discretion. So Parliament is compelled, and Parliament says that you may impose a sentence of 5 years minimum and a maximum of 8 years or whatever the case ought to be. We're in a mess today over the issue of bail in this country. And constantly, Mr. Speaker, we experience a situation where persons who have convictions of one kind or another go before the courts to seek bail to avoid jail prior to the offenses being heard and determined. The courts have insisted that there's a constitutional right to bail. And what we now have is a problem where individuals who have committed multiple offenses, who have been sometimes found guilty of these offenses, they repeat the same offenses, then once they are arrested for another offense, they promptly apply to the courts for bail, and what you have is a situation that persons who have committed crimes of one kind or another once again are released from the prisons to stalk the streets and to resume their activities. The judges tell you there's a constitutional right to bail. Now, I think part of the problem is that as much as the judges tell you they have a constitutional right to bail, I don't see anywhere in the Constitution where that right has been given. But I am prepared to say that part of the problem is that we have refused to work even within those boundaries to see what the limitations can be and what their boundaries could be. So when I see an amendment, and I have no doubt that the Prime Minister is very well intentioned, the Cabinet of Ministers is very well intentioned, the government is very well intentioned, but I think when these things arise, we all need to stick a pin and ask the fundamental question. Should we be denying the legitimately elected members of Parliament the right to offer prescriptions to the problems that we have? Should we be denying legislators the right to say what a sentence should be for an offense? Should we? And why is it that we are giving judges more and more the power to legislate and make decisions for us? A judge exists to judge on what the legal prescriptions are, not to make new law constantly on his or her own. That is why I would support the St. Lucia Civil Code any day, and I reject any and all attempts by English-trained lawyers to abandon the civil code in preference of the common law. Because the civil code is written law. It is what Parliament and the people of St. Lucia want to be their law. The law should not be in the breasts and in the minds of judges. And so, Mr. Speaker, I share the reservations of the honourable member for Swazelle, but in a different direction, because we are ceding, we are abdicating, we are extending powers of judges where that should not be the case. I want the right to be able to say what the sentence should be. Just like I want the right to be able to say you should hang for murder. I want that right. And the rules regarding the sentencing for murder is a classic case in point, you know. All those constitutions made provisions for persons to be hanged, all of them. But what has happened? The British judges, in furtherance of the objectives of the British government, decided that they will do away with hanging as a sentencing power. The House of Lords, once that had been done, proceeded to give their usual judgments. The Privy Council, who basically are comprised of judges who were legislators in the House of Lords in the UK, immediately took up the issue and imposed the requirements to do as best as they can to stop hanging in the Caribbean, because they saw it was part of their ideological remit to bring an end to hanging. That's why we have this problem. And if you go through the history of the cases, you will see every effort, every step of the way to whittle down, until they have now reached the point that they argue and say that hanging is inhumane punishment. It's a form of torture, and therefore is prohibited by the Westminster constitutions that you have. It's disallowed under your Bill of Rights. And of course, our judges are compelled to follow and obey the Privy Council, and so this has been the march. I just want to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that we have to be very careful of the constant encroachment of the authority of this Parliament, of the members of this Parliament. The time is going to come when you're going to ask yourselves, what were you elected for and what are you supposed to do? I really feel that there is an issue. And I simply want to urge it, as much as I understand why this is necessary, but to say that the court may impose a sentence it deems appropriate is to put the judge in the place of a legislator, and in fact to allow the judge to tell you what the outcome should be. No wonder we have the kind of problems that we are having now, because people are not even respecting judges. And this society is imploding because, you see, judges are going in one direction, and those who are entrusted to make laws for the country are going in a different direction. And that is what is happening. That is what is happening. I am one of those who believe that the problems we have with crime has as much to do with politicians and police officers as it has to do with the courts. Because the vital strategic support that is needed in the courts, you are not getting it. And no one wants to say it. No one wants to say it. No one has the guts to say it. And I assume that you will hear Kenny Anthony this again, Kenny Anthony that. I don't mind. I've always said so. I do not mind. I protect the courts and judges to the hilt. I protect their independence. Even when they make wrong decisions, and I recognize they are wrong decisions, I will still protect a judge. But you have to draw the line. That is correct. There is a however. You have to draw the line. Judges should not be cast in the mold of legislators. That ought never to be their remit. And so, as much as I sympathize I understand, to some extent, I find common ground with the member for Swazelle, but for different reasons. For different reasons. I'm concerned about the abdication of legislative authority. That is what I am concerned about. And I want to say to this parliament, you better guard the authority you have jealously. One of the days you're going to wake up and you find that even your power to make laws have been taken away from you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before I call on the Mico South MP, I just want to caution the member for Vieux-Fort South that the member for Swazelle Saltibus takes great umbrage when Saltibus is not mentioned.
Oh, I didn't mention Saltibus.
Though quite on a few occasions you just said Swazelle. Member from Mico South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First of all, let me say that I want to lend my voice. Although the statements are coming very late in the day, but certainly about any crimes against women. I think that the latest examples of the 2 killings that we had of women is outrageous, unacceptable. And there was a particular caller who I thought really accurately was able to describe what is at play here. Where we have a situation where a woman who did all the right things was sexually assaulted, complained to the police, and was prepared to testify against the persons that she thought were her assailants. And that the day before her hearing, she was so brutally murdered. And what the person brought up is what message are we sending, Mr. Speaker, to women in this country when there is not an immediate unanimous outcry, and that we can sit down and try to find a solution to how we're going to protect our women in particular who have been so unacceptably assaulted, Mr. Speaker. And the fact is that many women who already probably were fearful are even more fearful now, given the reaction that they have seen. We're talking about how much time has gone by for a minister of government to have said anything about this, to have waited now for a parliamentary session, Mr. Speaker, to come out and make those kind of... I'm not talking about politicizing crime. We're talking about, let us face the facts. Let's get down to the brass tacks of it. That what are women left thinking? That is what it is. Not about what we think, it's what do you think women are feeling today. Do they feel protected? Do they feel that we are doing something to resolve the matter? When we talk about minister's statements, I would have thought that that's the minister's statement that we would have heard. Not only condemning the actions, but with some proposed solutions to the problem. I also, Mr. Speaker, want to acknowledge, sadly, the slaying of Mervyn Ferdinand in my constituency. I know that the senator is in the House, Mr. Speaker, and I know he's a relative of his, and my sympathies again to his parents, Joseph and Marilyn. Regardless of what the circumstances are, whenever you lose a son, it is always heartbreaking. And so my condolences go out to them and also to my community in Blasha. On this particular bill, Mr. Speaker, I find myself joining my members. I was very happy that the member from Vieux-Fort South would have taken the moment to explain, not to us maybe, but maybe to some of us, but to the rest of the public, the difference between what we do here in Parliament and the judiciary. We, in this House, establish laws. The Cabinet is the one that comes up with the recommendations of those laws. Here in Parliament, we're to debate those laws and to make sure that we think that those laws are effective. We ought to give a lot of consideration as to whether they're constitutional, but really that's the role of the judiciary. ultimately, the test of a law and its constitutionality will come up if a public person who finds themselves in a way of the law can make an appeal to the court as to whether it's constitutional or not. But the member from Vieux Fort South is 100% correct. What we want and the intention of it ought to be from this House. And there should be no ambiguity in terms of what that law is saying. Now, we're confronted with a very delicate situation. This law, this act that we're speaking of, and the amendments we're proposing, are to say that a person under the age, I believe it's 12? Sorry? 12 to 18. Whether that person should receive a sentence of 3 years or more, and to give the judge the ability to do so. You know, the question is, should we answer the question, is it from the time the person committed the act, or is it from the time the person is convicted? Because he may have committed the act at the age of 16, but by the time the conviction comes in, he may be 18, and then at that point may be subject to a very different set of rules. I think we need clarity. It's not to say what we're attempting to do is wrong. But I think that what the member from Vieux Fort South continues to say to us is, let us be much more specific in order to not give the discretion of the judges that may interpret it differently than how we intend. And remember, as parliamentarians here, we are representing the interest of the people from our constituency. So ultimately, the morality, the virtue of the law that we're passing here, we have a responsibility to make sure that the priorities and the values of our constituents are in it. If in fact the example that he used of hanging someone is what we believe the majority of the people in our constituency and collectively we all believe ought to be done, then there ought to be very little discretion. And the fact is, we may have to go deeper to supersede the problem that the member from Vieux Fort South has indicated, is if in fact we don't have a Privy Council anymore. And one of the arguments for going to the CCJ was that we would have judges that are maybe more akin to our culture and our values. But even in that particular case, if we do not want there to be any discretion, then we should say specifically in our law and even amend our constitution, of which you have the power to do, to support that. If that is what we believe as a people, and the 17 members of this House collectively represent 100% of the people in this country. That's our job. So, Mr. Speaker, what gives me concern in this act is young persons who have now been convicted and are now going to Bordelais. And we know that Bordelais has not been retrofitted to deal with young persons. And in particular, Mr. Speaker, their rehabilitation. So while we may think that we're doing the right thing and bringing clarity, have we really answered that fundamental question? Given what's in existence today and how long it may potentially take to resolve it, are we not doing exactly what we speak of in private? That people go to Bordelais and end up getting a degree in criminality. Not only a degree, but they create a network. And are we taking a young person that could potentially be rehabilitated, and I like to think that everybody has the potential to be rehabilitated. Are we forgetting that point? And that's very, very important. What I would like to get from the Prime Minister, the member from Castries East, is in the second part of it, we say amendment of section 81, section 81.3, 54.2 is the principal act. Section 81.3 of the Principal Act is amended by deleting the words Section 27 and substituting the words 26. I was trying to figure that out because I think that the age of 12 was the age that we had determined, and are we now eliminating that, and what are we replacing it with? So just for the general public to appreciate what I'm speaking of, age of 12 and under, we consider in the judiciary system, I'm not a lawyer, but my understanding is that we consider a person under the age of 12 not to be of mind and cannot be charged with the full offense of a criminal act. And they must be treated differently under the law. So I'm not so sure whether we're amending the age and we're lowering it, or what exactly we're doing. It was very unclear in this document. But I would say to you that I've seen in several other countries, Mr. Speaker, and I know that we can't contemplate everything, so I appreciate what the government is doing. But when it comes to crimes of juveniles, many countries around the world are moving to where now they're amending the laws to put a certain amount of responsibility on the parents. Is that something that we want to contemplate in the future? Should a parent have more responsibility for a child under a particular age? And we're saying under the age of 12. And even if it's under the age of 18. Should a parent know whether in fact your child has an illegal firearm? Should your parent know whether in fact you're behaving strangely and you're actively participating in illegal activities? Should a parent been able to anticipate the child had the potential of committing this heinous crime? Because I think that we all can agree, Mr. Speaker, we all want to see a solution to this problem. All want to see a solution to it. And I don't think that we can legislate crime out of existence, but I think good legislation, thoughtful presentation of legislation can certainly help reduce it significantly. And to the member of Vieux-Fort South, the gift that we have in this House is to make sure that the laws that we're passing, which are unambiguous and cannot be contested anywhere, are the will of the people and are things in which people will accept. So on that note, Mr. Speaker, I end my presentation. I'm hoping that I can get some clarity. I look forward to it in terms of the Section 81 that we've spoken about. But I don't envy the government. This is not an easy process. But I genuinely believe, Mr. Speaker, that we cannot make this in the absence of understanding the infrastructure that we have in place. And I think that we can all admit, if we're honest with each other, that the rehabilitation of juveniles in Bordelais is sorely lacking. And that ought to be given some consideration to some of the other observations that have been made by other colleagues here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Castries Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I never came here with the intention of addressing this august chamber, but I am left with no choice, and to be properly composed, I ask that the podium be brought to me, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Scroll down.
Yes, yes. It's on. Oh. It's on. Mr. Speaker, before I make my contribution to this debate, the one with which we are confronted, I want to place on record, Mr. Speaker, the resilience of a man who in my view was terminally ill, and whom in my view epitomizes what resilience, resistance, and optimism is all about. And it's no other than the Honorable Speaker of the House. Mr. Speaker, to be quite honest, when I visited you and I saw you at certain public fora, my heart melted. And I asked myself whether the Speaker will leave us anytime soon. But having spoken to you, Mr. Speaker, the words that came from deep within, the strength that you mustered to speak those words still resonate in my mind. When you said to me, Mr. Minister, I will be fine. I'm hoping, Mr. Speaker, that others who may just feel up to the weekend, I went to see a man who's at stage 4 cancer, Mr. Speaker. Stage 4 in Denry. Actually, he has a daughter who's not ambulant, has been bedridden from the time she was born. She's going to be celebrating her 40th birthday, 40, in June, and has never walked on the floor. And he was the one who asked me to come visit his daughter. It was extremely touching. I left Central Castries and went to Denry North, Denry South, for that purpose. And so, Mr. Speaker, he called me again, and he said, this time I need you to come to see me. Well, his people, because I didn't even think he could have spoken. He said, I need you to come see me. They told me what he had said. I cannot walk. Sadly, when I went there, Mr. Speaker, the daughter has not changed. He himself is bedridden with stage 4 cancer. And the optimism and resilience that he demonstrated reminded me of your good self. If others emulate you with resistance and that kind of optimism, St. Lucia, being on the right trajectory, will go very, very, very far. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate you on your recovery, but your belief came from deep within and the help of the Almighty God. Mr. Speaker, like I said, it was never my intention. I thought this was a straightforward motion, which persons would have understood what the intention was, and that we would have just browsed over it with a certain degree of smoothness. But then again, I had to defer to the eloquence and the knowledge of our esteemed colleague, the member for Viewfort South, who is extremely knowledgeable, Mr. Speaker, in relation to the law and attendant facets of the law that impact on our duty here and operations of the court. But then, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition jumped in and spoke about a lady who was murdered, and the Prime Minister did not make a statement, or somebody did not make a statement. I can't remember who, but somebody did not make a statement. He went and spoke on constitutionality. Yes, this very man spoke of the interests of the people, this very man. And Mr. Speaker, you know, the thing is, the sad thing is, when anything is said in this house and it goes unrefuted, it goes down the annals of belief. And so it is against this background, I humbly ask you to give me a little leeway. Let me at least attempt to jog the memory of the leader of the opposition. Mr. Speaker, justice, which is what we're dealing with now, Child Justice Act, is an embracing concept, that take cognizance of all the different organizations and entities that are responsible for the dispensation of justice. That includes the police, that includes legislature, that includes the courts, etc., etc., etc. So, Mr. Speaker, when we speak of justice, one could go on ad infinitum speaking about justice, which is directly related to the motion at hand. But I want to start off with this. The leader of the opposition was audacious enough, Mr. Speaker, to single out women, and say that women are attacked and women is this and women are that, and we are hearing nothing from the government. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind the leader of the opposition that he was the very one sitting as Prime Minister on national radio and television who said single mothers are breeders of criminals. I just started.
Member for Mico South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member is misleading the House. I never made that statement.
Member for Castries Central, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition, and thank God I am equipped with an alternative forum that I can juxtapose what he just said to what he said on national radio for the whole world to see. The whole world to see. You know, the same way he said the country is broke, turn around and said he never said the country is not broke. So, Mr. Speaker, he's the very one who said those single mothers are breeders of criminals and the children should be taken away from them.
Mr. Speaker, again on a point of order, the member is misleading the House.
Member, when you rise on a point of order, you wait for me to call you. Please proceed now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'm going to ask, these are outlandish, outrageous statements, and I never made those statements. I spoke about what the statistics said. I never said that these women were breeders of criminals. Okay? And I never proposed that any children be taken away from anyone, Mr. Speaker. And if he has that evidence, then I look forward to hearing that evidence. And I remember the interview very well. And we are, if you want to talk about politicizing an issue, this is what an example of politicizing the issue is. But I cannot sit in the House, Mr. Speaker, and have a member of this House impugn things I did not say. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Just on a point of correction, Mr. Speaker.
Member, there is no need for correction. Please proceed.
No, I was correct. He keeps saying politicizing. It's not politicizing. Politicizing is the word. Politicizing. Look your teacher there. Member for Castries East is your teacher. Good. Mr. Speaker, he said that we are not addressing the situation. Mr. Speaker, let me jog his memory. Our murders had never reached 60. We had never reached 60. We got to 60 between 2016 and 2021 under his watch. And it took the murder of a white man up the Mon for him as Prime Minister to address the nation. You want me to repeat it?
Member for Mico South.
Mr. Speaker, so the member is trying to suggest that he knows
what is the point of order, member?
The point of order is the member is misleading the House. How does he know that that's the case? He cannot make that presumption. He doesn't know what I was thinking. He doesn't know any of that. And the fact is we only reached 60 murders once. And why doesn't he speak about how we've addressed it, the policy we put in place, and the reduction, and to speak right now that we've had 3 consecutive years of 75 murders, Mr. Speaker. That's the issue.
If you make your point of order, stick to your point of order.
Yes, I have.
The statement was not how many times you reached 60. He said the statement was broad, unambiguous. It reached 60 under your watch. That's all he said. Never said it reached 60
which is
4 times. Member of Castries Central.
Sorry.
Please proceed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. And you know, Mr. Speaker, during the currency of his prime ministership, insofar as the scourge of crime, and everybody should be concerned about crime, although now we see an attitude of celebration when an average citizen lose their life. I'll get into it in a bit. There is an attitude of celebration. Why? Because they will burn a house, Mr. Speaker, to rule over the ashes. And so, Mr. Speaker, it had to take a man with less melanin in his skin to have met his untimely demise, unfortunately so, for the Prime Minister then to address us. And he goes on now to ask about us addressing the nation. You know, Mr. Speaker, no government will condone crime. None. None. And then, Mr. Speaker, you talk about crime. You have the audacity to talk about crime. You are the same one, Mr. Speaker, who demolish the custody suites, the largest holding prisoner facility in the OECS. You put an excavator in it, but guess what? The Prime Minister of this country, member for Castries East, Philip Joseph Pierre, has almost finished a brand new facility.
Member for Mico South.
Again, right on the point of order, Mr. Speaker, the member is misleading the House to suggest that Custody Suites was the largest facility. It was the oldest facility. It was the least functional facility, but certainly not the largest facility. And it's certainly if the member wants to go and brag about a facility that's taken over 4 years to build, of which they can't tell us how much, and we're hearing that it's the delay from toilets that's holding it back. I don't know, Mr. Speaker. The member is misleading the House, okay, and is providing false information to base his argument on, Mr. Speaker.
Please proceed, Member for Castries Central.
Let me repeat a factual set of circumstances. Custody Suites was built, Mr. Speaker, under the Prime Ministership of Stephenson King, member of for Castries North. It was built when your humble servant was Minister of Physical Development. Okay? It was the largest prisoner holding facility in the OECS. It was demolished under the stewardship of member for Mico South on a Sunday, and it is now being rebuilt by this current government. If you don't understand, ask your people to tell you what I said. Ite aujourd'hui dimanche, papa ite ale site la, koba elaye. Ek papa ika mutwe moun sa pou demolish ki di kwaze sa. Yo kwaze Custody Suites. Me bo Dieu me la me. If we enti nom sala, a Custody Suites are press fini. And you want to talk about prisoners and crime? You want to talk about it? Then I heard a man, the leader of the opposition, use the word constitutionality. I believe, Mr. Speaker, if he wants a true understanding of the word constitutionality, he should subject himself to a class or a couple of classes. I'm sure the member for Viewford South would readily rearrange his ignorance insofar as constitutionality is concerned and give him a lecture or two. The Constitution is our most supreme law. It is that Constitution that says 30 days after an election, there must be a meeting of Parliament. You blatantly disobeyed the Constitution. When they ask you about it, you said the Constitution does not lay out any sanctions. Today you want to talk about constitutionality? What kind of hypocrisy is this, Mr. Speaker? What kind of thing? You see, you think people don't remember, but I've told you all once I'm around, my archives are loaded. You are the very one, Mr. Speaker. You are the very one, Mr. Speaker, who was Prime Minister when for 5 years we never had a Deputy Speaker. We did not have a Deputy Speaker. When you were asked about that, what did you say? That it is not your responsibility alone, it's the House. And you shifted the responsibility to the opposition. That is the hypocrisy in you. You know, and guess what? This government came in and attempted to fix it. Even that you fought. Even that you fought by filing a case. It is one of how many you have? 51. It is one of your 51 cases. Even that you fought. We are attempting, Mr. Speaker, think of it. We are attempting to fix an anomaly. We are attempting to ensure that moving forward, there is no vacuum.
Member for Miku South.
Mr. Speaker, again, the member is misleading the House. I have filed no case with regards to the Deputy Speaker of the House. In fact, I wrote a letter, and I know that there is an opinion that we're still waiting for, but there's no case that's been filed on that. I would like that statement to be withdrawn, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Castries, strictly speaking, you have to rephrase what you just said.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. When he wrote the letter, he said he was waiting to file. Okay. All right. So that 51 minus 1, he has 15 cut now, 50. He was waiting to file. Okay, let him wait. He'll be waiting in vain until he leaves the shores. So you are the one, Mr. Speaker, now talking about constitutionality. Mr. Speaker, you know, when I hear somebody like the leader of the opposition talk about crime and criminals, Mr. Speaker, it aches me. It aches me to see the manifestation of that kind of hypocrisy, if not dishonesty, disingenuity by this member, Mr. Speaker. You went to the podium and you declared war against the people of St. Lucia. You declared war. Mr. Speaker, can I be heard in silence, please? You declared war on the people of St. Lucia. Tell them I'm coming. We declare war. You asked the people to get angry. You asked them to get angry, a precursor to violent endeavors. Yes, you did. And the clips are there. And today, you want to talk about crime and you're in the interest of the people? Your people called for the burning down of the hospital, a national asset that would take care of our sick and shut in. They asked to burn it down. You have not condemned that. You have not condemned that. You were on national TV. A caller called you and said, let's engage in human roadblocks. You have never condemned it. You embraced it as though it were your own. You have no moral authority, none whatsoever, to speak about anything about crime and interests of the people. None. You know, we went through a democratic process. You're the only prime minister in this country ever to have gone beyond the 5 years. You have been the longest serving prime minister in one term. You were the longest and you didn't want to give up. And when the democratic process was put to the people and they made a resounding choice, and I'll say this without fear of contradiction, if there wasn't that box thing in Miku South, you think the member of the leader of the opposition would be here? But that's another show. No, there was a box issue. A box was in a car. A box. No, he runs too far. He break the bridge and he ran away. So you have no moral authority to speak about crime. None whatsoever. You know, roadblocks. Flog them. One call for the busting of the prime minister's head. You will see blood. And you engage. I'm angry. You're not angry. You know, and then talk about violence. Then want to preach about violence. You know, Mr. Speaker, and you know, your humble servant has not been without a lot of attacks. And I believe I can safely say, because this morning a voice note was sent to me. Mr. Speaker, I have quite a bit to say, but just bear with me. I listened to a voice note, and it was accompanied by a paragraph that says, if Pierre fire him, he'll take all of them down. I want to say to them openly in front of the Prime Minister, Barcelona would never fire Messi. Okay? Real Madrid will never fire Mbappe unless they do something fundamentally wrong. Central alone will, and they will not fire. They'll rush to fire me. You know, Mr. Speaker, unless a member of his cabinet, of any prime minister's cabinet, does something fundamentally wrong, is doing his work and is delivering to the people as he undertook to, he's an asset to the office and an asset to the government. Put that in your pipes and smoke it. So they are saying they'll fire me. They'll fire Hillary if he let the consultants say, if they let Hillary run the next election. Nonsense. As though you all want to work your magic in Philip JP's head, the Prime Minister. But Mr. Speaker, those are the things that they keep saying and doing to create discord among us. To create discord among us. This morning, Mr. Speaker, I saw a placard. You know, I saw a placard talking about CIP funds, and the person is right outside there. But I want to tell them, Mr. Speaker. Oh, yes, the one, yes. I saw somebody outside who had the physical attributes and acute resemblance of a minister who hired a husband to drive her. You know, she had the resemblance. And she's right there, but you know, Mr. Speaker, I'm telling you, shamelessness sees no boundaries. Because under the last administration, no one could have come within the precincts of this chamber. It was you, Mr. Speaker, when this current government won the elections that permitted persons to now congregate outside here. So the very people for whom they seemingly make useless noises are the ones who don't want them around the courthouse. But today, they enjoy that liberty and they are taking that right for granted. And then I'm hearing her shouting, so many murders. Another one to shout, so many murders. Mr. Speaker, of recent past, as I said earlier, one murder is too many. But in the recent past, we had a brother who killed a brother. You blaming the government for that? That one was in Roselle. You have another brother who killed another brother in another house. You want to blame the government for that? Huh? A man chopped his woman and others. The member for Sozel Saltibus referred to it earlier. You will blame the government for that, Mr. Speaker? You want to blame the government. Yet, Mr. Speaker, when your humble servant takes a stance and calls out the criminals, they take a totally 360 view. Why? Because they want crime to fester. They see it, Mr. Speaker. They see it as a launching pad to regain power in this country. But that will not happen, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say something about the police. About the police, their functionality, and what this government has done for the police. In their effort, in their quest, and in their responsibility of discharging justice to a form and in a manner that would meet the embrace of the citizenry at large. Mr. Speaker, in the last 50 years, and I say last 50, although it is the third highest in history, in the last 50 years, a 13% increase in the salaries of civil servants is the third highest in our history. The third highest in our history. Mr. Speaker, what bid that? 1979. 1979, when we attained independence. And independence came with a basket of goodies for the citizenry. That included a greater percentage. Then when I was in government, Mr. Speaker, and the member for Castries North was Prime Minister, there was a 14% increase to civil servants. At the time, Mr. Speaker, at the time, he was castigated They tore him apart. They call him foolish, they call him stupid, because it was felt that a 14% increase to civil servants was unsustainable. It was unsustainable, and it placed the government coffers under tremendous financial pressure. But he stood his ground and he gave it to them. He stood his ground and he gave it to them, Mr. Speaker. You know why? Because the member for Castries North cares about the interests of our people, especially the civil servants, Mr. Speaker. And then you have the current situation. 13% increase to civil servants, Mr. Speaker. 13%. By a man whose policies have gone only in one direction, that is to see the country and its people move forward together. 13%, Mr. Speaker. And I will not go through the plethora of policies because, like I said, Mr. Speaker, the fodder that has been provided with the general set of circumstances with which I'm confronted, coupled with the fact that I was in hibernation last week, will make for a very interesting Thursday night. A very interesting and one that persons will await with bated breath. Because you cannot tell me, Mr. Speaker, on the one hand you're asking for everything, and on the other hand you want to kill our revenue stream. Hypocrisy. Hypocrisy.
Member for Castries.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm going back to justice.
I imagine at some point you will collide with the bill.
Yes, definitely, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, we want the police to do what they have to do in dispensation of justice. We want them to do what they have to do, Mr. Speaker. We want to ensure that whatever they do, Mr. Speaker, quite apart from the police, you have the pensioners, there are police officers who have been on pension. One not too long ago, Mr. Speaker, he actually went on a microphone and said to the Prime Minister, I recently retired from the police force, and I thank you for the incremental increase in my pension. Today you have pensioners' salaries tied to increases to the public service, Mr. Speaker. You have all kind of goodies, youth economy. You have minimum wage, but they would not have been interested in minimum wage. Minimum wage, you have everything good. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, there were situations where persons were getting $125 a month as a pension. Something that you cannot even walk down the road to say hello, because a lot of people, before you say hello, give me $20. So you can't say hello to anybody. Today, the minimum is $500. Thank you, member for Castries. Yes, over $500. A 300% increase, Mr. Speaker. 300% increase. And thank God the CIP is making its contribution, not for the benefit of the member of Castries East or Prime Minister of Philip J. Pierre, but for the people of this country, because it provides revenue that can cause him to discharge policies which impact positively and financially on the people of this country, Mr. Speaker. So when I hear all of those things, Mr. Speaker, and do this and do that, you know, Mr. Speaker, let me go into the police a little bit. Let me go into the little piece. Because, you see, I can speak from a standpoint of knowledge. I am the youngest man, and do your researches, you will find out that this is a fact. Youngest man to have ever been recruited into the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. Richard Frederick. I joined the police force on the 4th of January 1983. Having left, where were you then? You probably were in Matnik. I joined the police force on the 4th of January 1983. Well, you joined as a constable. There's only one person I know in the civil service that joined at grade 19 after 4 weeks of training in England. You know how they call her Nancy. Mr. Speaker, that's the only person I know. But I joined as a constable. Mr. Speaker, I trained in Barbados emerged best recruit, came back here in May, in May of 1983 and celebrated my 18th birthday whilst a fully fledged police officer. So, and there is this old phenomenon, Mr. Speaker, once a police, always a police. So the police interest runs through my veins. But I will never, ever, ever, ever use the police for personal political gain. That will not happen, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under the last administration, even the vote for the training of the police was removed. The police had a vote for training, and it was removed when the leader of the opposition was Prime Minister. But guess what, Mr. Speaker? This government replaced it. Just like the distress zone, Mr. Speaker, it was removed by him. This government replaced it, Mr. Speaker. Demolish custody suites, this government is replacing it. That building, Mr. Speaker, which had seen approval, this year approval, long before 2016, when they occupy the chairs of authority in this country, Mr. Speaker, because the Northern Police Headquarters in Grosile was not the brainchild of the Flabo government, Mr. Speaker. Notwithstanding it had been approved, it was left, the plans were left there to rot. I can safely say, Mr. Speaker, that this government came in and the Grosile Northern Divisional Headquarters is almost completed, Mr. Speaker, thanks to this government. So when you talk about the police, in the first 2 years, Mr. Speaker, in the first 2 years, this government did for the police what the last government did not do in 5 years. In 5 years, they could not do it. We did it in 2 years. Vehicles galore and everything else. And those are facts, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, when you hear them gloating and talking what otherwise should have found refuge in a septic tank, Mr. Speaker, you have to ask yourself, what are they talking about? What are they talking about, Mr. Speaker? You know, Mr. Speaker, now I'm hearing about overtime. Mr. Speaker, like I said,
Member, you really should get back to the bill.
That's the justice. So I'm dealing with the police part of the justice.
Well, it's a child justice part.
Yes, but the police have children too, so they must feel comfortable for the child to be all right. And that's what it is, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, very quickly, I promise I will not belabor those points. I never heard of police getting overtime. I mean, overtime. All of a sudden, indentations in policy and law being fetched left, right, and center. And now I'm hearing overtime. In my days, there was the duty allowance. But then again, times have changed. But, Mr. Speaker, one of the most salient points I want to make, Mr. Speaker, you know, overtime is raising its ugly head only now. Only now. And they'll tell you it's not political, it's convenient. Under the last administration, the police were the first ones to have concluded negotiations under the last administration, accepted a 4% for the triennial. Today, Mr. Speaker, the government is granting 13%, 3 times as much. 3 times as much. All unions have agreed, but the police. But the police. 7 unions have agreed, but the police. No. It's not political, it's convenient. It's not political. You know, Mr. Speaker, this government, and I'm telling you, the Prime Minister had a hard time selling that to members of his cabinet. And we had to say, let's give the fellas that. A 57% increase in the allowances. Les 7 lycéens police jouen increase allowance ka vini 57%. 57% increase in allowances that cost the government, Mr. Speaker, $8 million. Just the police. But they want the allowances to be further increased to cost the government another $12 million. You know, les sept lycéens.
Remember, the estimates are coming soon.
Yes.
So perhaps please return.
Well, Mr. Speaker,
I want to ask you to return to the bill, but you haven't touched
Mr.
it at all.
Speaker, I will end on that note by essentially saying that I thank God that I have an alternative forum, and I will continue to enlighten the masses with facts. With facts. I will show the increases they accepted. I will show they were the first to conclude negotiations. I will show we have given them 3 times as much. I will show they get 57% increase. But you see, when they have their eyes on candidacy, that's what happens. So, Mr. Speaker, I will leave the balance of my contribution.
Member from Mico South.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, the member from Castries Central is impugning things to persons who are not even in the House, Mr. Speaker.
Who's they?
Really
Who is the person that he's imputing?
He knows. Suggesting that the police have alternative motives.
Remember, you have stood up on a point of order,
Yes.
suggesting that the member has imputing. Who is the person whom he has made reference to?
He made reference to the persons who were negotiating with the police, saying that they were negotiating because they had eyes on
He said that?
candidacy. He said that.
He said the persons were negotiating?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Member of Castries Central, please proceed.
You see, Mr. Speaker, the sad reality is when you make a statement that is basically inundated with generalizations, but in their minds they know everything, they kind of home in. They kind of home in on what their personal knowledge of the situation is, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, having said all of that, I do believe that the member for Vieux-Fort South was on target, and we may just be entering dangerous territory. Because, Mr. Speaker, when we are elected to this August chamber, we are elected by the people for the people. And they are the ones who want to ensure that whatever we do it in a manner that finds accord with what they desire of us. And so it is almost an attempt at relinquishment, if I may call it that, for us to be sideliners in a matter where we should be the short callers, so to speak, Mr. Speaker. Having said all of that, Mr. Speaker, I want to say I support the bill and whatever little amendments that need to be made can be done at the committee stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll see you on Thursday.
Member for Castries Southeast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to add my voice to this important debate, the debate on the Child Justice Act, and of course, subject to some of what the experts, like the member for, certainly what the member for Vieux-Fort South has said and other persons have said. Mr. Speaker, what I find, and even before I speak to this, Mr. Speaker, I just want to cite that there have been a few murders, gun violence incidents in my constituency, Castries Southeast, and today I really want to reflect on the mothers who are still mourning the loss of their sons who have departed through gun violence, and that is persons like Petra, Katia from Mark, Christine in Cronglands, as well as Miss Christine also from Badney. Those 4 mothers, one has actually put her son to sleep at the funeral, and the other 3 has not done so. But Mr. Speaker, every person who have experienced a loss in this country, I know it's very painful. I know too well. And there are times, situations like what happened to Alana, it brings everybody into a state of speechlessness. Sometimes you just do not know what to say. Quite human for us to feel that way, even parliamentarians. And for the member of the opposition to relate to such an incident in this manner, I ask, where is the humanity in him for him not to even understand silence in a time like this? And therefore, the women in this cabinet, they were all taken aback, like every good St. Lucian, as to what has happened. But Mr. Speaker, as time would have it, and time usually reflects and reveals quite a bit, I recall being in opposition, being an opposition senator, when the member for Vieux-Fort South sat on the other side of this chamber and made contributions to the leader and the parliament. And I recall sitting there and hearing, "You've lost your right to speak." I heard that statement, "You've lost your right to speak." Once I remember, Mr. Speaker, a simple correction to a bill where you were moving day is to day are, they would not accept it and pass the bill with grammatical errors just to reject every contribution from this side, from us. And when I listened this morning to the member for Vieux-Fort South trying to make use of the contribution for the member for Vieux-Fort South, I ask myself if he has come to realize the importance. That importance, I think it is good for the House, that even if you are sitting on this side and someone is making a contribution, you could join. But this Prime Minister, the members on this side have no arrogance associated with them.
Member for Miku South. Can you keep it down, please?
Yes, I would like to be listening in silence. The members on this side, we are not laced with any form of arrogance to prevent us from accepting genuine contribution that will only be for the betterment of the people of St. Lucia. And we will never, ever make a statement to say that because you were defeated 15-2, that you almost lost your seat, that you've lost your right to speak. We will never make such a statement. But it's unfortunate I must sit here at this time and see that you echoing the contribution from the member for Vieux-Fort South when you were in Prime Minister and he made a contribution from this side and you said, you have lost your right to speak. And rejected every contribution. And there was not one lawyer on your side, not one legal expert on your side to have even stated the point.
Member for Miku South.
Mr. Speaker, the member is again misleading the House. It is impossible for the members, even on the government side, to make the statement he said. The only person that could make that statement would be the Speaker. It cannot be that members of the House are going to be given instructions to another member. So if he wants to rephrase it, Mr. Speaker, no problem.
Rephrase what exactly?
That he said that we told the member from Vieux-Fort South that he could not speak and he'd lost his right. That's the only right of the Speaker to do that in this House. Yeah, and no member of the House could make that statement.
Yeah, but what is the point of order?
Because he's misleading the House. He's suggesting that me as a lead, as a Prime Minister, made that statement and made that happen. I cannot do that. It's for the Speaker to make that happen, Mr. Speaker. What statement? What? So I made it as a record of the House. I stood up and said the member
from Miku
right?
South,
yes, Mr.
I would
Speaker.
suggest you take your seat.
No, Mr. Speaker. On this one, Mr. Speaker, how can the member suggest I can make a statement as a sitting member of the House that I don't have the authority to make, Mr. Speaker? Only the Speaker has the authority to make that. Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Miku South.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
There's a fundamental difference between having the authority to do something and doing it. So if your point is that you don't have the authority to do it, what's the point of order?
Because, Mr. Speaker, exactly for that, in the context of Parliament, It doesn't matter if I say something, and it holds no merit in instructing what is going to be the conduct of the House. The only person in this House that is given that authority is you, Mr.
Well,
Speaker.
member of Parliament, member from
of the
Miku
House.
South, then I am the one who has authority to ask you to take your seat.
You always have that authority.
Please
Mr.
proceed,
Speaker.
member
You
for
always have
Castries
that
South,
authority.
please.
Always have that authority.
Thank you very much, Mr.
That's your right, Mr. Speaker. But are you not going to acknowledge the point, Mr. Speaker?
There is no point, member, so please take your seat.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I think that it is good for this House when any member who speaks one can, and it makes sense that the House can adopt what is said. But Mr. Speaker, more importantly, the Child Justice Bill that is before this House, and it's a certain aspect of it. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, I know that coming to this House very soon will be other aspect of the Child Justice Bill, the state of the child. Because we also would like to, Mr. Speaker, the member leader of opposition is disturbing. There are other sections of this bill that will come to this House that will further enhance the Child Justice Bill. One such area is the state of the child, when we will no longer refer to children in our culture as we have this section being worked on. We also have the allocations for children. We will be coming to the House with this. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, this government has invested significantly in the rehabilitation and support of our children. The Prime Minister has provided resources.
Member Castries South, member from Miku South, I will not ask you to stop the crosstalk loud enough to distract the member. I won't ask you again. Please proceed, member for Castries South.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. So, Mr. Speaker, there are aspects of the bill that will be coming to this House. There are also, Mr. Speaker, I do not think, I'm trying to concentrate, but the member of the opposition is being deliberate. Yeah? There are investments being made by this Prime Minister into the caring of our children. The new juvenile center speaks to this. We expect to have working drawings and the bills of quantities within this fiscal year. Also, the amount that is invested in terms of through the WIRI program, while the US aid has stopped, but the government has agreed to continue the program being run through the St. Lucia Social Development Fund to continue to support young people who are in conflict with the law. Mr. Speaker, it is not something that anyone would be proud of in this day and age to speak about incarceration of children. But we know the reality is that a lot of our children are misbehaving and are displaying certain anti-social behavior, some of our children, and we have to respond and prepare our society to adequately respond and to save our children. The prescription made in the legislation, not only to be punitive, but also to protect our children, because there are times that you need to save our children longer. And of course, if a magistrate is given that authority, they can administer that, because of course what was written in the legislation for our children would be very, very restrictive and does not allow. Over time, we can continue to revisit and update our laws, but as it stands today, we have to deal with the issue of incarceration. Very often, Mr. Speaker, the staff at the Boys Training Center unable to keep children safe because of the nature of the Boys Training Center. And of course, we need to find elsewhere to protect them, to save them from themselves, and to protect the staff that's there, knowing their behavior. So, Mr. Speaker, the issue of our children, like some members have said, is not one that is straightforward, and we are not ignoring it, and we are working hard to bring measures to make it a lot easier. Mr. Speaker, the issue of crime and violence, using gun violence, is not the only area of violence that we have to deal with. And too often, Mr. Speaker, as adults, we forget how we contribute to the environment of crime and violence. Mr. Speaker, I listened quite a bit to the leader of the opposition, and it reminds me of a scripture text. I think it's in James 8, James 3 verse 8, which says, "But the tongue can no man tame, it is an unruly evil, full of deadly poison." The Bible speaks to it, but the tongue can no man tame. No man can tame it. It is an unruly evil, full of deadly poison. But that's not the only memory text that speaks to the tongue. You understand? James 3:5-6 compare the tongue to a fire that can corrupt the body and set life on fire. Proverbs 8:21 state that death and life are in the power of the tongue. So when we speak gun violence, when we speak of some of the things happening in our society, there's a tendency to focus on children. But when the leader of the opposition speaks, he must ask himself to what extent that his tongue is contributing to an environment that is unstable. His reaction to CIP, his reaction in the news as he speaks to getting angry and the venom coming out of his expression, wouldn't that stir some people to be angry and to take it to the next level? I'm asking the question. And James an apostle is saying that there lies such power in the tongue. So I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, whereas we are dealing with issues of gun violence, we are dealing with issue of unruly children, we are dealing with deviant behaviors, we are dealing with challenges at our families. As leaders, all of us must be aware of what we're saying, where and when, and how do our words contribute to the decadence of our society. The tongue can also uplift, the tongue can also build. I have yet to hear the member of the opposition saying, this is good for St. Lucia. I support the initiative of the Prime Minister to pay the back pay. I support the bonus given. I support this. I've yet to hear his tongue lead to affirming what is good in this country. It couldn't be that our Prime Minister has not done anything good. The country is not saying that. UWPs, like SLPs, are singing the praises and are thanking the Prime Minister for the wondrous work that he has done in his administration thus far. So I'm really concerned, and I'm asking the leader of the opposition and the members from this side, to a lesser extent, the member for Social Saltibus, that's what it is here, to find the space within the conversation to affirm what is good. Yes, you agree with me, right? To affirm what is good in this country, it will help mitigate crime and violence and deviant behaviors. Because if adults can be seen by children in terms of working together, it will also influence their behavior. You know, while couldn't help but observe the young lady sitting on the side, our guest, you know, at one point in time, she clasped her hand. I don't know if she was praying while the contribution was being made. I told a member sitting next to me, look, the child is praying while contribution was being made. A young talent in the parliament sitting here today while the contribution was being made by the other side. She clasped her hand and she prayed. I hope she was praying, you know, for good sense to prevail. We, as this government, will put every effort to help our young people. We will continue to work with the young men at Bordelaise through our program at the St. Lucia Social Development Fund. When they're incarcerated, we will not abandon them. We will not ignore them. We will continue to work with them. Whatever provision that is made in the law, we as the Ministry of Equity, Social Justice will not abandon our children in the prisons. We will go there and find them. We will work with them. We will find ways of training them and rehabilitating them back into society. This is the mandate of the Ministry of Equity, Social Justice and Empowerment. So of course, the separation of power provision must be made in the law to take care of criminal activities. But on the social side, there is a balance because this Prime Minister is providing strength for us to deal with issue of deviant behavior and to reinstate our children back in society. Mr. Speaker, with this perspective, I have no doubt at all, that there is balance, there's good argument for us to move forward, to bring peace into our society. And what I ask is for the leader of the opposition, to join and add his voice in unison with what is so good and what is working for our society, that of course all of us can benefit in the long run. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Miko North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll be very brief. My contribution is very brief, but I just want to stand to say that I support the amendment, Mr. Speaker, to delete the words, "that sentence shall be for a period not exceeding 3 years," and substitute it with the words, "the court may impose a sentence it deems appropriate." And Mr. Speaker, before I move any further, I want to, like the other members who stood before me, extend my deepest condolences to the families of the young ladies. And I trust that the police will move expeditiously to investigate and bring those involved in this treacherous act to justice. I have no doubt in the ability of the men and women of the Royal St. Lucia Police Force. But Mr. Speaker, they have some matters, some situations. I think I've stood on here before and I've said that these matters transcends political divides, and these matters have consequences for us as a whole, as a body, and there are matters that require collaboration from the government and from the opposition. But yet still we continue to see an environment where we allow the politics to permeate and to pop its head when we deal with matters of such sensitivity. And I say that because when I sat here, the member was to my furthest right. Could have heard him shouting 75, 78, you know, Mr. Speaker, like as if to say there's some sort of rejoicing or it's a competition about under whose watch there was less crime or there was more crime. You know, and I ask whether this is a conversation that we should even entertain. I think any government of the day, regardless of color, has a responsibility to ensure that the safety and security of all the citizens are met. And one should not profit an opportunity, especially in matters of such sensitivity, to gain any sort of political mileage, but we see it continue to happen. Mr. Speaker, I would tell you, I will be the first to put up my hand to tell you that I believe most of the young men and young women in St. Lucia are brilliant, are good, are law-abiding citizens. Most of them, majority of these individuals come from good households. They come from households where parents try their best to assist them. However, we cannot run away from the fact that there are a few young men and young women who, when you do your own assessment, you would realize that they are very well informed, they are very well aware of the activities that they engage in. And about a month and a half ago, I attended a meeting, a justice summit in Barbados, and something that was shared across the room was realize there's an emerging trend in young individuals, young men and women, engaging in serious criminal activities. And one of the reasons, and we realize that even recruitment, Mr. Speaker, that there has been a deliberate attempt on the parts of gang leaders and other individuals to recruit these young men and women, knowing full well that if these men and women were to engage in criminality, or for instance, any kind of criminality, most times the maximum penalty that he or she can face is 3 years. And the court had no jurisdiction in light of this. They had no discretion, Mr. Speaker. And as a government, and the member for Castries South East alluded to it, our intention is, in as much as we can, ensure that we rehabilitate and we create an environment where rehabilitation is at the heart and the forefront. We ensure that prevention is at the heart and the forefront. And that we only incarcerate if we have no other choice. And you would have heard the member from Castries South East speak about the Juvenile Delinquent Center and the investment on the part of this government to create a center for juveniles. And then to complement that, we have a plethora of social activities and programs, the Our Boys Matter program. On the equity, you have the after-school program. You have several programs. And recently, we had 2 very good programs, which unfortunately came to a halt with the change of government in the United States. We had the Community Reintegration Program, a program that allowed for young individuals, specifically targeting young individuals and providing them, those who have been incarcerated, and providing them with the type of psychosocial support that they need for proper reintegration into society, giving them the career guidance and counseling, and providing them with job opportunities, and also the violent interrupter program. And unfortunately, this program came to an abrupt halt, but the Prime Minister has said that we will see how, as a government, what can we do to carry on with these programs, understanding the importance. And all of these programs are geared to giving individuals an opportunity so that he or she may not be incarcerated. And in the instances where incarceration is a must, is to ensure that these individuals are given the necessary support. Even at the prisons, we realize there is a dearth in terms of clinical psychologists. And I know that we'll be making, up to yesterday we had a conversation, and in the new budget we'll be making a concerted effort to bring in the psychologists, the numbers in terms of clinical psychologists to the prisons, to ensure that our people can get the type of support, and that rehabilitation cannot just be something that is said, but something that we can actually realize. The whole idea is to be able to give individuals a real opportunity to be able to rehabilitate and then to reintegrate them into society. So I understand the reasoning and the rationale behind the amendment today, and I think that it is necessary. But I will say that our first priority as a government is to ensure that we follow, we signed on to the UN Convention for Rights of a Child, and to ensure that first and foremost we give children an opportunity, we give young people an opportunity to be properly rehabilitated, and incarceration only when we are left with no choice. So we do not want to send the wrong signal, but I think it is also important to send a message that it cannot be a situation whereby individuals are being recruited because they believe that there is a loophole in the system whereby individuals can escape. So, having said that, I will just say a few words in Creole, Mr. Speaker, so that some of my people from Micoud North and the rest of St. Lucia can understand what my position is as it relates to the proposed amendments today. Nous avons une situation où nous avons une jeunesse pas de, comme je dis, la majorité des jeunes dans cette liste, c'est bon monde, la majorité c'est jeunes qui voient là, c'est jeunes qui font, c'est bon maman, ils lèvent la caille pour ni maman avec papa pour aider pour bailler aussi poids yo besoin pour aller faire la vie. Mais nous avons une situation où nous avons des monde, des mamans, des jeunesse qui croient that la pani loi ba yo et puis yo vle faire ça yo vle faire et puis personne pas ça faire rien. À présent constitution y à présent c'est yon pour sur c'est en jeunesse et quoi ba l'âge 18 et ou tuer monde ou voler ou faire n'importe crime. Manière loi y à présent. Yo ça vaut l'argent pour plus de temps, c'est pour 3 l'année. Et puis même si tu as monde et puis nous une situation ici à Rodia pour l'année plusieurs mamans, plusieurs jeunesse qui a fait crime et puis because of l'âge yo ça fait et puis c'est pour voir yo un juge ça condamné yo pour 3 l'année pour plus. Et puis ça nous a fait Rodia c'est pour nous changer ça, pour changer loi, pour tirer 3 l'année et puis pour bailler juge là pour voir pour dire that ça fait 5 l'année, 1 l'année, 3 l'année, so nous ka bailler juge là pour voir pour ça ni c'est la grâce pour sentence de manière qui appropriate. So c'est so nous une situation que un juge qui à présent il a dit dans position que il ça dit that il s'avoue mon plus passer 3 l'année si en l'idée il croit that moun ça supposé aller pour plus passer 3 l'année et puis because of loi ça nous avons une situation pour moun qui involvé à gang moun qui involvé à la criminalité yo ka point chance là et bien yo because yo connaît loi ça là yo ka point jeunesse et puis yo ka encourager jeunesse pour faire bagaille parce que yo savent c'est jeunesse ça ka rien protecté par législation ça là so avec ça pas en situation juste cette ici ça c'est une situation nous ka ouais vision à prison tout partout Barbade Dominique chaque plus jeunesse monde qui plus jeune nous ka rien ka attraper ko yo de sécurité bagaille ça là et puis situation c'est un ko yo pas aller là pour plus passer 3 l'année mais comme on dit plus bonheur gouvernement ça là plan gouvernement ça là c'est pas pour ouvrir moun l'argent pour 10 l'année vers 20 l'année nous a faire chaque bagaille pour bailler mon opportunité pour pas joindre ko yo de ces situations ça nous a là dans chaque programme that nous a mis en place pour lui that nous bailler mon bonne opportunité pour choisir la vie qui bon et puis tout le monde a un choix mais là il y a des monde qui a levé puis les levé bon à terre yo ka quoi that ça prend un fusil et puis juste fusil ouais monde et vous pas ça dit moi si un monde just wait là bon à terre that qui just décider pour point fusil à fusil ouais monde that il s'est juste passé comme ça so nous a mettre chaque bagaille à place moi voulais encourager les jeunesses pour pas tuer la vie crime ça là dans chaque bagaille gouvernement nous une situation que yo ka acheter monde pour travail plus bas nous jamais ouais monde qui pas travail c'est nécessaire ba gouvernement ça là nous dans situation que là dans chaque bagaille ba jeunesse mais sous faire choix sous indépendant assez pour faire choix pour la vie ça choisi nous ni pour comprendre pour toute bagaille ou faire là n'a prix pour payer so nous mettez bagaille avec pour that monde passage square that tout ça just fait jeunesse passage square that tout ça just fait other bagaille là our boys matter program nous mettez en place after school programme et puis SSDF pour la programme ça qu'a garder pour maman qui vulnérable et puis pour aider yo ba yo support là yo besoin pour yo ça fait right choix et puis si yo d'accord pour faire aller l'autre chemin then là ni pour mener en place extra qu'avoir un signal pour dire that nous comprenons that oui nous kay mettre ces programmes là à de place mais nous aussi ni pour mettre bagaille pour voir un signal et bien un message d'or pour savoir nous pas ça juste point jeunesse mener avec encourager pour faire crime et puis moi voulais toucher dernier bail là moi voulais dire c'est moi voulais toucher les bagailles là that même parlement pour vieux force sud te parler about là nous venons ici et puis nous prenons une décision ça c'est because c'est nous c'est mon ka aller de constitution et là nous aller c'est mon ka venir yo ka complain yo ka do mais qui ça zo ka faire et là nous venons ici c'est because nous prenons collective décision pour nous faire à d'un bagaille nous voulons ouais à d'un bagaille changer mais nous pas ni responsabilité pour appliquer pour coordonner moun. Là, il y a moun qui ont une responsabilité ça là. And when we take that decision to make amendments to certain pieces of legislation, then the onus lies on those who have the discretion to apply the law. But the message should be one that is loud and clear in terms of what the general sentiment of this government and this administration is. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you, and I want to say that I support the amendment to the Child Justice Act. Thank you very much.
A member for Babino.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a brief intervention on the Child Justice Amendment Bill. And this bill speaks to the removal of the period for which a child can be sentenced to a correctional facility as stipulated in the legislation, and allowing the judge to use his or her discretion. That debate is actually bordering around the role of the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary in the three branches of government. And it is our responsibility, Mr. Speaker, to decide how far we allow one entity to encroach or dictate the pace of the other. And this is the essence of the discussion that we have today. And based on the contribution from the member from Beaufort South, it is begging the question as to whether the legislature should have that power within its ranks or assign it to the judiciary. And many times, Mr. Speaker, we speak about the wills of justice in this country. And many people believe that politicians can just do things. Politicians can arrest people. Politicians can send them to jail. But they do not realize that there is the judiciary system which we have no control over. And this is something that we may have to examine as we move forward in the separation of powers among the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. But Mr. Speaker, as we speak to child justice, and if there is one person who can speak to child justice without quoting the law, I think I can place myself here, because I spent 34 of the best years of my life with children. And that is the opportunity we have to shape the lives and future of the children that are entrusted in our care. And Mr. Speaker, this bill also afforded the leader of the opposition the opportunity to launch an attack on statements. And I take it, Mr. Speaker, that this morning I made a statement, and statements are not usually debated in the House. However, the statement that most people have been following the social media, and many people believe in statements, Mr. Speaker. But there are times you make statements, and there are times you engage in action. And as minister with responsibility for gender affairs, people are of the view that the Department of Gender Affairs is a department for women. It is a department for gender, meaning both men and women. And therefore, if we have to make statements about any incident, it has to be incidents involving both men and women. And Mr. Speaker, It is not because the incident involved a woman that the Minister of Gender Affairs will immediately spring up and make a statement. If it involves a man, the Minister of Gender Affairs must also make a statement. And this is the point that I'm making. This government has taken action, Mr. Speaker, as we speak about child justice, to improve the quality of life for both men and women in the society. We have all kinds of allegations going around, all kinds of speculations around this event. And I wanted to put the question to the leader of the opposition as to whether he made a statement and what has happened since he made his statements. Because people just pick up things from the social media and they launch an attack. But Mr. Speaker, this government has made provision to address issues surrounding the incident that is alleged, Mr. Speaker. And the incidents that is alleged that took place, or the cause of what took place, the matter is still under investigation, but some people already know what happened, so I don't even know why the police has to investigate. We have the Women's Support Center, we have the Crisis Center, we have the Department of Gender. There are several institutions available for women to access when they find themselves in a crisis situation where they are threatened. And it's not just a statement from the minister that will change that. It's the mechanisms that we put in place to address these issues that will make the difference, Mr. Speaker. We have the One Stop Center, and this is a project that we are undertaking funded by the CDB. And that is where women who are in distress, they can go there and bring their cases forward so that we can address them. Mr. Speaker, the investigation must reveal what happened, what gave rise to the incident, who did not act in a timely manner. These are the facts that we need for us to address these issues. Not a matter of who did not make a statement and who made a statement, is what actions that we are taking to address the issues we have in the society. Mr. Speaker, before we reach the point of criminal activities, we have to look at how do we prevent criminal activities. And that is where the issue of child justice comes, Mr. Speaker. This government has invested heavily in education to ensure that children are meaningfully engaged in activities that will enhance them, develop their brains, Mr. Speaker. And that is where we talk about the laptop. We talk about improvement in the quality of education, teacher training, improvement in schools. Millions of dollars are spent in that area. Early childhood education. Mr. Speaker, we speak on sports. Look at where Julian Alfred has taken us at the global level. That is how we deal with child justice, Mr. Speaker, where we prevent the children from reaching that stage. We have the areas of skills development all over for our young people. Create employment through the youth economy. They can establish their businesses, Mr. Speaker. And this government has engaged in a wide range of social programs to assist families so that they can put food on the table, they can take care of their health, they can send them to school. These are the things that help us so that we do not reach a point where we have to even talk about child justice and children being sentenced to bodily. Mr. Speaker, we have to ensure that the government continues to do what is right so that at the end of the day, we will protect our young people. We will protect the children in our society. They will not have cause to find themselves in the presence of a judge, especially at a tender age. And that is where the single mothers need support. That is where the education sector needs support. Create the social programs for them so that they are meaningfully occupied. Mr. Speaker, many of us question, and there was somebody out there, Mr. Speaker, parading with a placard and what the women in the house are doing. It's not the women in the house. It's the people in the house, not the women. And it's very convenient for some people to attack women, to undermine them, to frighten them anytime they make a step to get into decision making. And I will not be intimidated by these people who use the opportunity to intimidate women, to frighten them, and tell them that's not a place for you. You need to stay out. And there are some women, I will encourage all women to engage in decision making at the highest level, at the political level. But our women in St. Lucia must be very careful. There are some very unscrupulous, dishonest persons who claim to be politicians, and they use these women to lead the charge for them. And afterwards, they jump in afterwards. We must be very careful that we are not used to push the agenda of some unscrupulous persons who have political ambition. And this is what I saw it in the social media, attacking this one and attacking this one, and who did not say anything and who did this. Mr. Speaker, the business of crime, the business of justice is the business for men and women in this house, out of this house, at the executive level, the legislature, the judiciary, and the wider society. We must stop this game of playing on the minds that we are so sympathetic. We are sympathizing with certain people. And there are people, Mr. Speaker, I'm sending the message to them that they must not be used by others. There are some people, as soon as they hear an incident, they jump in. Where have these people been before? What have they done to improve the lot of men and women in the society? And it's not because it's convenient, politically convenient for them to make statements that they come out and they just make a statement. This is a government that don't rely just on statements. We believe in action. And we have demonstrated what we have done in everything that this government has engaged in. And it's on that basis I will not sit and lie low and allow people to come here, come in this house, go out there, go in the social media and attack, oh, the women in the house, they have said nothing. It's not just the women in the house, it's both the men and the women. We are concerned about our young people, we are concerned about the women, we are concerned about the men. And our objective is to improve this society for all. And therefore, this child justice amendment is one where we have to explore how best we can exercise justice in this country. Mr. Speaker, as we speak on child justice, I just want to raise the point that at Borderley, it is not a one-size-fits-all. It is an institution. As we move forward, we may look at how do we dissect this institution to cater for different sectors. We have women, we have men, and we have young people. This institution may very well be one where we have to separate in 3 different institutions, because the needs, the way they are tended to, is not a one-size-fits-all. And as we speak about sentencing children, we need a juvenile area for young people so that they serve what is just and right for them at their age. We have a section for women. You cannot treat women at Borderley just like you treat men. And you have a section for men so that you treat them according to who they are. So these are issues that will bring in new things on the agenda as we look at the legislation, we look at the way forward so that we achieve what is best for our citizens in the society. And I encourage women to keep their eyes open, understand what is happening around them, and do not allow themselves to be used to peddle things that other people are afraid of coming forward. And once they hear them go forward, they come after and then they make the point because they capitalize on that. Mr. Speaker, I want to give support to this amendment with the hope that as we move forward, we continue to improve this legislation so that we can make things better and there is greater justice in the society. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Justice Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just want to make a few points on the debate so far, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's always been a discussion between judges having discretion and penalties being inflicted or penalties being prescribed by the court, by the legislature, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, the member for Beaufort South was right in that there seems to be a reluctance for politicians to make pronouncements on things, Mr. Speaker, particularly things in the law, because we are afraid that we are accused of interference with the justice system. I mean, Mr. Speaker, this theory of politicians interfering in the justice system is propagated by people who know better, but in their selfishness, Mr. Speaker, they on one hand speak on one hand about something and the other hand say the other thing. When we were going to the Caribbean Court of Justice, when we were saying that we would break ties to the Privy Council and go to the Caribbean Court of Justice, you remember demonstrations outside, Mr. Speaker. Demonstrations, no referendum, no susuze. The impression, Mr. Speaker, was that politicians would interfere with justice and you can trust us. But, Mr. Speaker, but you know, life is very strange, and this is why, especially now, in the part of my life that I'm living now, Mr. Speaker, I've taken a posture of calmness, of coolness, of listening and waiting for things to happen, and waiting for people's own words to be used against them, for them to have to deny it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these demonstrations outside there were supported by the opposition because they said we didn't have politicians interfering. Right now, the same people, Mr. Speaker, trying to piggyback on the point that the member for Beaufort South made. The member for Beaufort South was always a supporter of moving from the Privy Council, conveniently trying to align themselves to the member for Beaufort South. Mr. Speaker, that happens all the time. But, Mr. Speaker, I think that the discussion between discretion and imposition by the legislature is a very important discussion. And the same people who support certain systems, Mr. Speaker, understand in the United States judges are chosen by politicians and makes a big, and it is said that when a president is in power, he brings his judges with him. But they think that's okay. They think that's okay. They think it's okay for these people, but not good for us, Mr. Speaker. It's particularly when they're not in power. They scream and shout about politicians getting involved in the judicial system. But I think that discussion will have to continue, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to clear up a few inaccuracies. And these inaccuracies have been peddled around all the time. But you know, The idea is to get me off focus. The reason is to make me run after all these scatter shots to get me off focus. Get me off, Mr. Speaker. But I remain focused. Mr. Speaker. Nobody made a statement about the lady's death, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you the statement I made. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, all what they do about me, what they say about, they just lie and make a lot of noise and get very concerned when I make statements that I'll win all the seats. Mr. Speaker, because they know, Mr. Speaker, that I didn't promise civil servants to pay them money by promissory notes. They know, Mr. Speaker, that we paid civil servants, and the record is clear. The record is clear. What's important is you have to speak on the record. The record. What has happened? What is happening? That's the record. Not ideas you had, not vision. What is happening, Mr. Speaker? And here's what I said about Alana Bernard. Here's what I said about very early. Here's what I said about her. We should all be outraged about the horrific news of the slain mother, Miss Alana Bernard, yesterday. To her family, friends, and children, my sincerest condolences on this tragic loss. St. Lucians, violence has no place in our society. We must not look away or remain silent as these senseless killings destroy families and threaten the peace and prosperity of our country. These heinous acts must not find shelter in our homes or friendships. They must be brought to justice. Our nation can only remain strong when, as a collective, we denounce crime, respect the law, and show compassion, respect, and love for one another. Let justice prevail. Alana Bernard. Mr. Speaker, so I don't respond to these things. I don't respond. The idea is to get me to respond. The idea is to make me say something I ought not to say, Mr. Speaker. But I've seen people who've said things, and I have to say they didn't say it. I remember listening to a show on DBS, and a particular politician said, single mothers, and spoke about people having children, single mothers having children, Mr. Speaker. And I'm not going into, because he knows what he said, and I know what he said, and you know what he said, and the people know what he said. And when the tape will be played, what he said will be said. Single mothers, and almost making it sound as if these people were the vessels through which criminals came to the country. Almost making it sound like that, Mr. Speaker. But right now, it is important that it's denied. Very important. Because, you know, we believe that when we are in government, the people's government belongs to us. We never understand that someday we have to leave power. And when we lose power, we get so annoyed and so angry, Mr. Speaker. We tell people to be angry. We ask people, why aren't you not vexed? Why aren't you not angry? And people who purport to be Porto L'Eglise on platforms shouting, are you not angry? And, Mr. Speaker, do you think when you tell people all the time to be angry, don't you think that will have some effect in a world or at the times when people are naturally, some people are naturally very excited, particularly young people, and all the things that come around them, when because of your political purposes, you deliberately ask them to be angry. You deliberately tell them, why aren't they angry? You deliberately said, you are angry yourself. What do you expect? What do you expect? When you predict that there'll be 100 murders at the end of the year, you predicted there'll be 100 murders. This year there can't be 100, Mr. Speaker. When you go on the radio, on your programs, and deliberately misinform people on the impact situation, shift dates, put clips that, Mr. Speaker, you know, I sit in amazement I sit in a maze and I listen to this Mr. Speaker. But I will remain focused. And it's that level of focus that has caused me, Mr. Speaker, to represent people in Cashews East for 6 consecutive terms, Mr. Speaker, regardless of what they throw at me. It's that focus. And Mr. Speaker, they've said most things, whatever they want about me. They say all the time. But I don't play martyr. I don't cry and say, look at what they did to me because it's about my father. I stay, and my answer all the time is in the ballot box. That's where my strength is. My strength is in the ballot box. That's where my strength is. And that's what I tell all young politicians. You can't be a politician unless you are strong in the ballot box. So, Mr. Speaker, this child justice amendment is a very serious amendment, and the member for Shrewsbury was right. There ought to be some discussion, and we are going to continue the discussion on the Child Justice Act. But right now, we have to do something now. But the discussion will continue. But again, Mr. Speaker, rehabilitation. I remember there's a guy called Prince Kailash, who together with Stephen King, etc., they have a movement of trying to support young people. When we gave that person, when we gave that organization a donation, they were all over. They were all over criticizing me, saying I give Kailash money, criticizing me. They forget now the same people who did that, talking about rehabilitation. The same people. When we tried to help an NGO, no politics. There was no politics, an NGO. When we gave them a contribution, they said they criticized. The same people, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, we will continue. We will continue. Because all these things, I have made a point in another place, Mr. Speaker. Anything, and I'll say it again, anything the United Workers' Party can bring up in terms of criticism, they have done worse, or what they've done is worse than what they say we did, or they did not do anything, Mr. Speaker, about what they're criticizing. And there are a number of instances, Mr. Speaker. That is why you have to ask people to be angry. That's why you have to ask people to be vexed, because you cannot have a seasoned discussion about anything. You can't sit down and bring facts, back pay. You would have paid back pay with promissory notes, and they'll be able to go at the credit union and use the promissory notes to buy things. Mr. Speaker, and the sad thing is that there are people who listen to that. And instead of saying the person who said it, although one day he was somewhere and he talked about the criticized the minimum wage, don't say that. Instead of telling the gentleman, sir, don't say that, you are opening yourself towards to too many things. Do not say it. They let him say it. And they try to defend it. They could not pay the back pay. That's a fact. They couldn't pay it. That's a fact. And we paid it. That's a fact. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say to you that I understand why they had to have diversions this morning. Look at the bills we have passed in this honorable house. Look at the trajectory of this government. Look at where we are going. The Sovereign Wealth Fund for first reading, meaning that we are trying to create a culture of savings, a culture of investment in the country, the Sovereign Wealth Fund. Then the Virtual Assets Amendment, Mr. Speaker, a serious bill putting order in the economic stratosphere in the country. The virtual assets will put in order in it, Mr. Speaker, ensuring that things are done in an orderly fashion. Then the security interest in movable property. Mr. Speaker, significant piece of legislation that says to small businesses that they can use their assets, their movable assets, they can use it to get collateral, use that collateral for loans. But we are going further, and we are saying that we will remove all stamp duty on these assets, Mr. Speaker. Significant pieces of legislation that revolutionized the way we do business in St. Lucia, just like the Insolvency Act. Significant, Mr. Speaker. So you must not allow people to hear these things. You must blind them. You must make noise around them. You must divert. You must take to court. You must go to the high court. You must threaten. You must ask people to get angry, because these are significant pieces of legislation that this government is passing. Taking the country to the Caribbean Court of Justice. Significant. Showing confidence in our system and trust in our judges, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said before, that amendment, we are going to be discussing it, and if there is need for change, we'll come back and we'll change it. But we have a situation now that we have to deal with, and that is why we are amending, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue. The member for Scottish South East spoke about the rehabilitative work that we are doing. But again, you have to divert. You have to go away. You have to talk about all kinds of things, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, who is happy? Who in his good conscience would be happy when a mother is murdered? Let's be realistic. Which politician? I mean, let's come away from, let's settle. Let's understand that elections will be next year. Let us settle and let us, look at me for. Thank you. Why? Let us settle. Let us settle. Let's settle. Who would be happy when a young woman or girl or child or anybody is murdered? Who would be happy? I mean, do you really think that somebody will be happy about it? And do you think it's right that you should try to imply that people are happy because someone lost their life? Mr. Speaker, I remember when we were in opposition, long time ago, even from the time of Julian Hunt, and followed by Kenny Anthony when in opposition, we said that there are certain things that we must raise the bar for. We said crime. In Hunt's time, it was bananas, it was crime, it was unemployment. In Kenny Anthony's time, it was debt. He said that any debt that was incurred by the last government, we will honor it, or any loans will honor it, because there is need to borrow. And he said it was bananas also. He said it was crime. He said it was unemployment. We said that these things should be kept away from the political arena. But Mr. Speaker, all that has gone because of the desire and the lust and the hatred that has crept into the politics of St. Lucia recently. I have never seen it like that, Mr. Speaker. Never. Mr. Speaker, no one can ever quote me, no one, as ever bringing anybody's child in the political arena. Never. Mr. Speaker, or no one can ever quote me as bringing anybody's personal life, me, Philip Joseph Pierre, me, into the... You think, Mr. Speaker, I don't know things too? He used it as sin, cast the first stone. Cast the first stone. You think I don't know things too? I know things. All of us know things. When we pretend that we better than each other. But there are certain things that should be kept out of the political arena. Should be kept out. The political arena is rough. there's hustle, there's tussle, there's attack, there's counter-attack, Mr. Speaker. But where it has reached now, it has never reached like that in the history of St. Lucian politics. Never. When you can hope that there will be 100 murders in a country because the other government is the lowest you could reach, Mr. Speaker. When you could say that because of government policy that somebody got murdered by a criminal, Mr. Speaker, instead of condemning the criminal, you condemn the government because you're not in government. When, Mr. Speaker, you can almost wish and pray and hope, another one dead. When you can propagate on social media murders that did not happen just because you believe that will get you into government, Mr. Speaker. When you can stand up or go on in a platform and deliberately say what's not true, when all the evidence shows what you said, what you're saying is not true, but you hope that because the people in front of you will believe you, the Ministry of Truth, they will use it and they'll say it again, so the truth is what you believe it to be. No sense of fact. I mean, how outrageous can that be? You'll use permission notes to pay civil servants. I mean, you think somebody can say that? But, Mr. Speaker, that's for another show. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, we are going to be relooking at what the member for Choiseul said and the philosophical position of the member for Vieux-Fort South is clear. Because sometimes when I'm at regional fora or even speaking to people from the IMF and the World Bank, you say to them, but listen to me, I have to report to people. I always say that to them, my friends at the IMF and the World Bank. I said, you report to computers, but I report to people. And how do you expect me always to be looking at the ratios when there are people out there who want housing, there are people out there who want to get food on the table, and you want me to look at the ratios? So the member from Vieux-Fort South is perfectly correct, Mr. Speaker. And politicians, instead of coming together on these issues, try their best, particularly when they're out of government, try their best to derail these arguments. So the member is right. He's very right, Mr. Speaker. Politicians are constantly, our influence, Mr. Speaker, or the say we have is constantly being reduced because of factors that we cause on ourselves, Mr. Speaker. We've lost all reasonableness when we're in opposition. There is no reason. We've lost all reasonableness. We've lost our sense of right and wrong. We've lost our sense of truth. We've lost our sense of information. The only purpose is to win elections, to get into government at whatever cost is necessary. So we spend hours of misinformation. We spend hours of twisting things. We try our best to deny what really is happening. And we also try our best, Mr. Speaker, to use people, gullible people. Because we know, sometimes, Mr. Speaker, there was George Odlum. George Odlum was speaking on the Columbus, it was called Columbus Square. Before it Derek Walcott. And my member from Library may be able to say what he said better than me. He said there was a march. There was a march when there was a discussion that the church and state, the Catholic Church had some issues about, I think it's a teacher's bill. Teacher's bill? Education bill, yeah. That's the Teaching Service Commission, that discussion. They called us, you want to demonstrate? I didn't go, I was there. They caused us they called us to demonstrate, Mr. Speaker. And George Odlum was by the Columbus Square at the time, and he said, regardless of their fate, the liquor victims march, doom, doom, doom. Remember that? Remember that, Dr. Anthony? Yeah, he was making that point. No, Mr. Speaker, you see, St. Lucia has a rich history, you know. A rich history of politics. But those who just arrived don't know. Those who came, who just came, they do not know the rich history of St. Lucian politics. They don't know it. They don't understand the contribution of George Charles, the contribution of Alan Louisi, the contribution of Kenny Anthony, they don't, the contribution of even John Compton. Even John Compton. That's why you must revere and treat his daughter well. Because of his contribution, Mr. Speaker. We've had squabbles, but John Compton had a kind of class in the politics. He never displayed hatred. He never criticized people's children. He never brought people's children down into the gutter. He never did it, Mr. Speaker. I remember John Compton sitting here, and we were somewhere early in 2007, and he said that there should be a competition between the member for Vieux-Fort North, who used to wear his African regalia, his African regalia, and the member for Dennery North, who used to wear oversized jackets. And John Compton says, let's have a competition amongst them. But that was class. That was John Compton understanding that politics, some win and some lose. That was John Compton understanding that in a democracy, the people will have a choice. That wasn't bitterness. That wasn't hatred. That wasn't envy. That wasn't do what you must do. That wasn't castigating people on social media, pulling people's. But Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that while I have the privilege, Mr. Speaker, to be Prime Minister of this country, I will do what I can do to improve the quality of life of the people of St. Lucia. And when the people decide that I am no longer the Prime Minister of St. Lucia, I promise them I will never get involved in any activity that would damage my country. Any activity that would cause my country to go down, deliberate, to stop progress, to stop development, deliberate, just because I'm not in political power. I promise that to them. I pledge, Mr. Speaker. And there are examples of men who have lost government and who have gone into opposition, done their work, done it properly, and get back into government. It happens all over the world. Politics is like a stream. It flows, Mr. Speaker. One day you're in, one day you're out. And when you're in, you must always make provision to be out. Always. Because the people decide that. And when the people decide, you must not think that the people made a mistake. Or you must not believe that the people were wrong and you were right. So when you hear people saying, we did that, and that was a time for us to do it, and as if the people made a mistake. The people never make mistakes. We make mistakes as politicians, not the people. And we have to respect the will of the people, Mr. Speaker, because the people are never wrong. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you that this Child Justice Amendment Bill is a very serious bill, because there's, Mr. Speaker, the region, and even at the last Carriacou Heads of Government meeting, the state of crime in the region, Mr. Speaker, particularly after COVID, is alarming. It's alarming, Mr. Speaker. It's alarming. Countries before that crime was never even a factor. 3 murders a year. No burglar bars. No security guards. These countries now, Mr. Speaker, have got to refocus because what has happened to them as far as crime is concerned. So, Mr. Speaker, no Prime Minister, no genuine politician will ever use crime as a vehicle which they hope to ride them into political power. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, I am so careful when I make pronouncements about crime or pronouncements about the St. Lucia police force. They are trying to get me into this discussion, trying to bring me into it. So say, I say. Trying their best, they try their best to believe they can get me into these arguments about the police. I mean, would you believe there can be a show that says, should the Prime Minister say he doesn't know? I mean, let's just think about that. So if somebody asks me if I can fly a plane, I must say, I can fly it. I mean, just think about these things, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, because this crime situation is reaching a point where it may become a pandemic if it's not there as yet, Mr. Speaker. So we have to be very careful in government and out of government about what we say about crime, particularly crime as it relates to what's happening with young people. Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I thank members for their suggestions, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that even if our chances of winning elections are becoming slimmer and slimmer, that we understand that we have a country that will exist when all of us are gone. When all of us are gone, Mr. Speaker. A country where everybody would like to win 17-0. Everybody. The other time, it was 16-1. Everybody. 17-0 is not only me want to win. All of us want to win 17-0. All of us. Don't make no story about 17-0, trying to divert. Of course I said so. Of course. I go deny it. Of course I said so. And we're working to do it. All of us working to win 17-0. We're not just saying 17-0. We're working to win 17-0. We're working. And if you want to see work, wait. We come in. If you want to see work, wait. If you think, because I said 17-0, 17-0, 17-0 for the democratic process. 17-0 with no hatred. 17-0 with no call for war. 17-0 with work for the people of St. Lucia. That's what 17-0. Work for the people of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the Child Justice Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say yes. As many as the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Child Justice Act, Cap 3.09.
Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Clause 3.
Amendment of Section 54.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Clause 4.
Amendment of Section 81.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Clause 1.
Short title.
Honourable members, Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honourable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honourable members, I beg to report that the Child Justice Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendment. Justice Minister.
The report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Child Justice Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as of the opinion say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the Child Justice Amendment Act 2025.
Minister for Commerce, Manufacturing, Business Development, Cooperatives and Consumer Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for second reading a bill shortly entitled Real Estate Brokers and Agents. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the bill is to provide for the licensing of real estate brokers and real estate agents, and to regulate and control the practice of a real estate business. Mr. Speaker, the bill contains some 52 clauses. I would say, generally, I would describe this as a short bill, but it is significant for improving the business environment in the country and to provide structure for realtors and the service sector in general. Mr. Speaker, the real estate sector in St. Lucia is a major contributor to the economy. The country benefits considerably from that sector, not just from the vendor's tax and stamp duty on the sales and financing of these sales, but even more so from the spillover to the various sectors and stakeholders who serve as a foundation to the industry. Mr. Speaker, the industry includes the lawyers, bankers, surveyors, contractors, construction workers, and of course, the glue holding the entire sector together, the real estate agents and brokers. Mr. Speaker, my ministry, the Ministry of Commerce, is tasked, among other things, with the responsibility to facilitate commerce, enterprise development, and manufacturing. And with this overarching mandate of creating an environment which will bolster the economy while protecting the consumers. Cognizant of this mandate, Mr. Speaker, my ministry continues to hold dialogue with key business groups to address the issues affecting them. So, Mr. Speaker, the Realtors Association of St. Lucia approached the Ministry of Commerce with not just concerns, but with a request for assistance in establishing safeguards and parameters for the important real estate industry. Mr. Speaker, I wish to recognize and place on record our appreciation to the Realtors Association, the President, Mr. Anselm Matre, and his executive in this regard. Mr. Speaker, many persons, entities, or groupings request legislative intervention, but few take the step to engage in the development of policies and draft legislation. In this instance, Mr. Speaker, the efforts in developing this bill were accelerated by the efforts of the Realtors Association, which took the responsibility of, and at times at considerable cost to them, in engaging persons to aid in the development of the required instructive and framework documents. This, Mr. Speaker, is what I see as citizens' empowerment, and that I am pleased that as a government, we have set the environment for citizen participation. Mr. Speaker, I interpret this as a government that continues to put the people first. Mr. Speaker, my ministry and the Office of the Attorney General did not merely accept the draft as presented. However, the initial draft and later subsequent policy framework served as a roadmap to appreciate the concerns, challenges, and requests of the association and how and what could be done to address them. So, over the past years, the Ministry of Commerce, in collaboration with the Legislative Drafting Unit of the AG's chambers, engaged in a lengthy review process leading to the bill that we have today. Mr. Speaker, permit me to highlight some provisions of the Real Estate Agent and Brokers Bill that is now before us. Part 1 of the bill creates and outlines the operations of the entity to be called the Real Estate Board. Clause 4 of the bill provides for the Real Estate Board and that the board shall comprise 5 persons appointed by the Minister of Commerce, and that includes an attorney at law of not less than 5 years standing, nominated by the St. Lucia Bar Association, a senior technical officer from the Ministry of Commerce, a person nominated by the St. Lucia Coalition of Services Industry, Inc., and 2 persons nominated by the Realtors Association or such other bodies approved by Cabinet. Mr. Speaker, the composition of the board was well considered to ensure the interests of the public, including vendors and buyers of real estate, is protected. Mr. Speaker, Part 1 of the bill also states 6 functions of the board. 1, to consider and determine an application for a license to practice as a real estate business. 2, to issue a license with or without conditions for the practice of a real estate business. 3, to keep and maintain a register of real estate brokers and real estate agents licensed under this Act. 4, to make internal rules governing its procedures subject to the approval of the minister. And 5, to cooperate with a government ministry, department, or statutory body responsible for the enforcement of the laws of St. Lucia relating to the practice of a real estate business. And 6, to perform other functions specified under this Act. Mr. Speaker, this is to ensure that there is structure, documentation, and the persons transacting your business and my business are licensed. Mr. Speaker, Part 2 of the bill provides a framework for licensing of real estate brokers and real estate agents. Pursuant to Clause 23 of the bill, a real estate broker or real estate agent shall not engage in the practice of a real estate business unless he or she is a holder of a valid license. What this provision seeks to do, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that all persons who wish to hold themselves as realtors, as an agent or broker, seek and obtain a license pursuant to this legislation. Mr. Speaker, this section does not seek to prevent the people of St. Lucia from buying or selling properties. However, Mr. Speaker, what it does in Clause 23, that isolated transactions not undertaken in the course or in the furtherance of or with intent to carry on the practice of a real estate agent are not covered under Clause 23. Simply put, Mr. Speaker, if someone is selling a house or a piece of land, this is a one-off transaction and there is no intent to carry on the practice of the real estate business, that person does not require a license. I think that's an important clause for persons to understand. If John Public has one transaction, they do not fall or require a license under this Act. Mr. Speaker, I want to look on page 21 of the Act and Clause 23, where the penalties, Mr. Speaker, are outlined. And that is page 21 of the bill before us. And I want members to follow on that. Under Clause 23, Mr. Speaker, a person who contravenes subsection 1 commits an offense, and in the case of persons who derive a monetary or material benefit from a transaction while engaging in the practice of a real estate business, is liable to a summary conviction and 1, the payment of 7% of the value of the transaction that is being held. B, in the case of a person who does not derive a monetary or material benefit from a transaction while engaged in the practice of a real estate business, is liable on summary conviction to a fine not exceeding $10,000 or 6 months imprisonment. Mr. Speaker, the rest of Part 3 of the bill outlines the conditions, effects, duration, and other parameters specific to licenses. Part 2 also makes provision for the suspension and revocation of licenses, and quite importantly, the appeal from decisions of the board by aggrieved parties. Mr. Speaker, Part 3 of the bill provides for the obligation of our real estate brokers and agents. We recognize, Mr. Speaker, that these persons often hold funds on behalf of clients and charge fees for their services. These activities, Mr. Speaker, should be sufficiently regulated to protect our citizens from abuse by bad actors in the sector. So, Mr. Speaker, Section 46 and 47 on page 32 of the bill, and under that section we have a section and the caption is client's money to be held in trust. And I read section 45, a real estate broker or a real estate agent who receives client's money holds it in trust for the beneficiary. And under subsection 2, a real estate broker or real estate agent should not make client's money available for the payment of a debt or liability to any person other than the person for whom he or she holds the client's money in trust. And Mr. Speaker, section 46 goes out to spell out how the broker must maintain proper accounts for the funds of the persons that he or she represents. Mr. Speaker, Part 4 of the bill provides a mechanism for complaints in cases of misconduct by agents and brokers. The mechanism for complaints under the Consumer Protection Act is expanded at Clause 49 of the bill to facilitate complaints to the Consumer Affairs Department where brokers and agents abuse their office or license. Mr. Speaker, Clause 50 of the bill outlines no less than 11 acts that are considered misconduct by agents and brokers. Mr. Speaker, Clause 52 of the bill makes provision for the minister to make regulations, Mr. Speaker, and I will spell this out because it is very important. The minister may, on the recommendation of the board, make regulations to give effect to this act. Without limiting the generality of subsection 1, the minister may make regulations to prescribe 1, the code of ethics and standards that governs the conduct of real estate brokers and real estate agents. 2, the form and manner in which an application under this act is made and the particulars to be given in an application. 3, the fees to be paid under this act. 4, the form of the license to be issued under this act. 5, the manner in which and the time at which the board shall hear a person whose license is proposed to suspend or revoke. 6, any additional qualifications to be satisfied by an applicant for licensing as a real estate broker or agent. Mr. Speaker, we respect and appreciate that many may hear of the reading of this bill, and many may worry that this government is seeking to over-regulate. We wish to assure the people of St. Lucia that we see this bill as a means of ensuring that the players in this very important industry are adequately governed, will be subject to adequate rules and regulations, and that the citizens can rest assured and be certain that these persons are fit and proper. In the event, Mr. Speaker, that these players fail our citizenry, a proper mechanism would exist to serve and provide recourse. Mr. Speaker, this bill has certainly made the rounds. Our ministry had initially engaged the Realtors Association in the development of the bill. Not satisfied with the reviews by that entity alone, and fearing that non-members of the association would not have a chance to provide feedback on the bill, my ministry publicly disseminated the bill to other stakeholders and non-members. After receiving and incorporating some of the views and comments received during that review process, the bill was made available to the general public. Mr. Speaker, I recall that I sat on a panel at the NTN and GIS studio, again distilling and discussing the content of this very important bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this step was taken to ensure that everyone, every agent, every stakeholder in the sector had an opportunity to comment on the bill, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report as of the 1st of January, we received an email from one Mika Landers, who said he's a realtor, and provided quite a bit of detailed explanation and concerns that some we have taken into consideration and others we will be addressing in the regulations. So, Mr. Speaker, we are satisfied that this bill, which has benefited from much input and review, is a step in the right direction in molding a stronger, safer, and more reliable real estate sector in St. Lucia. Mr. Speaker, while others are taking steps to destroy our country, we continue as a government to put in the people of St. Lucia first.
That's right.
I urge members to support the brokers and agent bill. I thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the Real Estate Brokers and Agents Bill be read a second time. Member for Castries Southeast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this very important piece of legislation. And of course, Mr. Speaker, I think this maybe should have been done a long time ago, but I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, to be associated with a government who is leading in that regard. Mr. Speaker, over the years, this country has invested significantly in the built environment. We have invested in sending men and women out to develop themselves as engineers, quantity surveyors, land surveyors, valuation surveyors. We have invested significantly in having architects, architectural technicians, mechanical engineers. We have invested significantly and have provided a number of qualified individuals. Mr. Speaker, some persons have returned home and have established professional organizations. And of course, I could speak of the architectural organization, the civil engineering organization. Now we have the quantity and valuation surveyors. Some of these practices, Mr. Speaker, are licensed. Some others are not and have not been. Mr. Speaker, the built environment is a significant part of the wealth of a country. It is significant. And of course, it ought to be regulated. Mr. Speaker, if one glean at the land registry and see the number of transactions, property transactions in a year, and account for the information of the value of information within our land registry, that persons would walk in through their solicitors and have access to that information. We have been giving out of our country vital, valuable information that expatriates are using to come in our country to transact without paying a cent to such information. Mr. Speaker, I know in some other jurisdiction where you have to pay $10,000 US yearly to have a license to access information in the land registry. And professionals like myself pay for it, because that data is useful for transaction. Mr. Speaker, there has been debate on the value of properties, and I've heard members in this House speculate as to what should this property be valued at. I've heard the leader of the opposition, speak to the lands at in that location there in Banan, you know, where land was sold, speculating as to what the value of land should be. There are comparables to determine value of lands. I've seen comparables used to determine value of property. But I've also seen, Mr. Speaker, advertise on the roadside, real estate agencies from outside of St. Lucia advertising local lands to be sold. I have seen the names and I've recognized these brokers as overseas brokers, and I've said to myself, wow. And there was once I was driving up the Monrepo Hill, and there may have been a development on that area, and I saw advertised on the road the name of a foreign real estate based in the UK advertising lands to be sold in Monrepo. I have seen it. I recognize it. And if you drive through Cap Estate, I have seen foreign real estate advertising land in St. Lucia to be sold. I'm happy that this government is giving structure to this industry to ensure that if you're going to participate at that level, you ought to be licensed. Here, Mr. Speaker, the built environment is too important for us to allow it. And whereas the member indicated that we are not we're not exercising control over everything because we have a free market economy. And she gave provision where if you have your house to sell, you can sell it without being restricted by the Act. But it speaks that if you are a real estate business and you cannot just parachute yourself into the Helen of the West Indies without a license to sell property, and you're selling lands under the pitons, you're selling land in Cap Estate, and now you move into Monrepo selling lands and charging 5% and taking it and going home with it. This is what has happened over the years. You know, a lot of that has happened. And I have been, Mr. Speaker, in the business of valuing property for more than 33 years. I have valued properties for persons who are interested in selling. One of the things, Mr. Speaker, is that the Jamaican, the College of Arts, Science and Technology have a program specifically for training real estate or creating real estate persons within the economy. And I recall while I was there, at the end of the school day, you could see so many bankers and persons going on to be trained doing the real estate course and get licensed so they could participate in the built environment where they could sell property. And I've always reflected, wow, there are more persons going to school on evenings in Jamaica just to be trained as a real estate agent. Mr. Speaker, it's very important what we're doing here and what this government is adding to the built environment. Mr. Speaker, we have leases, and those leases are, by today's standard, very complex leases. If you have a 90-year-old lease and you want to sell it, a real estate will process the transaction, will place a value on it, and how do you sell the 45 years on the lease? And all of this is important transaction, and professionals must participate, as against having some politicians playing to be the expert on land values. It will be interesting, Mr. Speaker, when a real estate board decide monthly to publish values of properties and to advise professionals to read and get some sort of insight as to how the real estate market is playing. That is useful for development, Mr. Speaker. And of course, it would also be able to give you a sense as to how properties are being sold, how many transactions you are having. A real estate board is taking on a lot, quite a bit, in terms of structuring your economy, structuring your built environment, and giving significance to the buying and selling of property in your market. You will discover how many hotels plans are being moved from one hand to the next, and to what extent it is happening. They will also share with you what's happening outside of this jurisdiction, so you see whether you have a comparative advantage in probably developing the property market for offices as against some other aspect of the property market. Mr. Speaker, this is useful. Sometimes they believe, and some other people believe, that our government is locked into not being able to think beyond. But we are not. And I'm happy that we are taking this country to the next level. We are doing this. So, Mr. Speaker, I cannot help but to say that some of the conversations I've listened in the past as it relates to castigating this member for sale of property in the Fuasho area, when the member for Mikul South indicated that whoever was purchasing it is insignificant, but to that extent, as against providing technical and comparables to make the case. A real estate board would provide structure that even debates in the House on value of property could be more aligned with how this science, how that is built. And of course, if there's a real estate board who would probably glean into the transaction that took place at that place in Bois-de-Wages, where now we have a property valued at one level, but we are purchasing, we are renting and leasing that property in ways that is unheard of, Mr. Speaker. I cannot imagine how that could have happened had we have in place a real estate board would have written on property values in that part of the island, in the Bois-de-Wages area. And yes, Mr. Speaker, as of a day to die, I will reflect on this as one of the most, unforgiving transaction, that you cannot even rent this property as a government and put into your budget exactly how much it would cost you, because the management arrangement is that you have to pay for it as that happens. So it could happen that your management fee in 1 year could even be more than your rental because of the way it's arranged. Right, mister? The management, how do you pay for the management fee? Administration of the building. So if somebody have a breakdown in the electrical system of that building, it has to be paid by the one who's renting the building. That's how it is. If the air conditioning machine breaks down, you must pay for it. On a monthly basis, you must pay even the uniform that the people working in this building, maintaining the building, it is part of what you expected to pay. You understand? This is in the lease arrangement. It is in the lease arrangement. And that is unheard of, because whole life costing of a building, the whole life costing of a building is so high. The maintenance, the rental, how much the building consumes in every aspect of the day. You're telling somebody who's renting the building or leasing the building to pay for it. So we must pay a cost per square foot, and every wear and tear on that building, we must pay for it monthly. That's how that lease is arranged. That's how it's arranged. You must pay a cost per square foot, and the wear and tear of the building is arranged in the lease that you must pay for it separately. Yeah, and your utilities and what have you. That is how it's arranged. You do not value property in a lease arrangement that way. And of course, Mr. Speaker, we will have an interesting way of moving forward when you have a real estate board giving structure to values of property across the island, where, especially the north of the island, where you probably have more transaction than anywhere else, an important transaction. So here we are saddled with probably the largest, maybe the largest real estate office block in this island, the largest ever, at a cost that we will discover one day that is really, really, really unfair, unforgivable. Because the member from Mikot South, did not subscribe to professional information, but allow himself to enter into arrangement without any guidance from professionals. So this government is giving structure to the real estate industry, is giving organization to the built environment, and I am happy at this time, even if I'm not into much practicing as a quantity surveyor, but just the idea that one of these days I can look into some paper and get some feedback, some documentation, somebody commenting as to how the real estate market is doing in St. Lucia. You can compare it to how it's doing in Barbados. You can compare it to how it's doing in Jamaica. That is where our development, our people should go. So now those who are doing quantity and valuation surveyors, our real estate officers, the officers for many years who studied valuation surveying at the College of Arts, Science and Technology will welcome that because they long for that environment. They were always asking, well, anybody could come and do that. Nobody's licensed and what have you. They were complaining. That was the conversation. You understand? Anybody can be a real estate agent and sell. And they were complaining, but we went to school, we did our degree, we are qualified. And there was no room for the specialization. No room for it. This government has given structure. So all those who, that listening, of course, we are part of a professional organization. And Mr. Speaker, I happen to be one of the first president of the Quantity and Valuation Surveyors Organization in St. Lucia. The first, when I came from school. And we discussed this passionately because we wanted structure in the industry. We wanted to be protected. We wanted to be recognized. We wanted to make our contribution in a very, very, structured way. And today, I know that all of my colleagues were listening, hearing that there is a board for the real estate market. We're celebrating, and I'm sure the quantity and valuation surveyors would say, finally, we're getting somewhere with our industry. Finally, something is happening. And finally, Mr. Speaker, not only that we would operate, but those persons who invest, those persons who take their life saving or work all their life to build a home, and they now need to value it or put it on the market because they want to take care of their children's education, or they want to use it to take care of chemotherapy or medical condition. That could happen in an environment where they get value for money. That's important. Because too often, Mr. Speaker, some individuals go nighttime and discuss with people who are in crisis, and they take their property from them and give them absolutely nothing, relatively, because these people are vulnerable. I know many individuals, the land that they sold, some to politicians as well. Some politicians have picked up lands. Mr. Speaker, that is for another debate. Real estate. You understand? In exchange for what? A real estate board will speak loud because you would see the comparables next door would have been published that block and parcel 1054 was sold at $15 a square foot. You would not sell yours for $1 a square foot or $3 a square foot because you are desperate. Mr. Speaker, this is very important, and a structure, as we continue to put structure within our economy, as we continue to put structures where it's needed. And Mr. Speaker, finally, just to reflect on the way we arrange for construction projects, which bring that into question. Again, a real estate board will give some guidance, because now we have public-private partnerships in putting properties together. We have both built-own lease and transfers. It speaks to a real estate selling a property that's built on top bolt. What is left? It is a complex transaction. And a real estate agent can give guidance to this, and would have better understanding as to why an airport can be and preferred built under a PPP arrangement than as government use its conventional, normal construction contract, which is the time of the past. And as to why a hospital is best not done under a PPP arrangement. All of this would give guidance because you now put in structure in place. And our banking sectors will be able, at best, to have the right professionals on the panels as they speak to value of properties. So, Mr. Speaker, I add these words because this government is not shy of moving forward. We're not shy of putting structures in place. We are not shy in terms of what we must do to keep St. Lucia more secure, St. Lucia in every aspect of their living. I thank you.
Member for Labrie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for granting me leave to make a brief presentation on the real estate bill, especially given its importance to the growth and development of our economy. As we all know, Mr. Speaker, the structure of St. Lucia's economy changed significantly, resulting in a shift from an agricultural-based economy to a services-based economy led primarily by the tourism sector. However, Mr. Speaker, the real estate sector plays a very important part in the economy of St. Lucia, contributing to economic growth, job creation, and overall stability. In relation to GDP, Mr. Speaker, real estate, including construction and property management, contributes significantly to a country's gross domestic product. It includes residential, commercial, and industrial real estate activities. Mr. Speaker, as usual, I always like to refer to the Social and Economic Review and have data available to substantiate my arguments. I shall provide data in my presentation to illustrate the importance of real estate to the economy. The sector, as I indicated, creates jobs in construction, architecture, as mentioned by my colleague from Castle Southeast, engineering, interior design, property management, real estate brokerage, and legal services, Mr. Speaker. Real estate agents provide a very important service in a market-based economy, facilitating the buying and selling of land. These assets, Mr. Speaker, are the most valuable assets that individuals own, and it is therefore important to ensure that there is a market in which buyers and sellers can interact in the real estate market. Real estate assets tend to appreciate over time, providing financial security and investment opportunities for individuals and businesses. Now I turn to the importance of the real estate sector to our economy, Mr. Speaker. We shall look at the contribution real estate adds to GDP. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we make our conclusions, as I indicated earlier, based on data and evidence. A review of the gross domestic product data at constant prices by economic activity, constant price contribution to GDP in the Economic and Social Review for 2023. The reference is Table 4 on page 106. It shows that real estate contributed over 10% of GDP in every year from 2006 to 2023. In current dollar terms, Mr. Speaker, real estate contributed $717.3 million in 2023. As a measure of comparison, Mr. Speaker, agriculture contributed $73.8 million, manufacturing $217.1 million, and financial services $495.2 million. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, in current dollar terms, real estate contributed $717.3 and $17.3 million in 2023. And a measure of comparison shows that agriculture contributed $73.8 million, manufacturing $217.1 million, and financial services $495.2 million. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the only sectors that contributed more than the real estate sector are accommodation and food services, which is driven by tourism sector at $1.257 billion, and wholesale and retail, which contributed $813.2 million to GDP. So you see the tremendous importance of that sector to economic growth, development, and stability in our island. So apart from its contribution to GDP, Mr. Speaker, the real estate sector contributes to increasing investment, employment, and foreign exchange earnings in the country. Given the importance of the real estate sector, there is need for more data and information to be provided on this sector. It is therefore important to ensure that the real estate sector is regulated, Mr. Speaker, so that consumers are appropriately protected, and to ensure that there are appropriate standards in place to govern this critically important sector. The real estate sector, Mr. Speaker, and this bill in particular, establishes the governance structure for a well-functioning and regulated sector. The bill, Mr. Speaker, contains 5 main parts, and the minister detailed those parts, but I shall adumbrate to make a very important point, Mr. Speaker. Part 1, which deals with the establishment of the Real Estate Board. Part 2 makes provisions for the licensing and registration of real estate brokers and agents. Part 3, Mr. Speaker, outlines the obligations of real estate brokers or real estate agents. Part 4 contains provisions on how consumer complaints are to be addressed and the application of specific provisions of the Consumer Protection Act, Cap 13.24. And finally, Mr. Speaker, there is Part 5, which deals with miscellaneous provisions, and in particular, gives the minister responsible for commerce the authority to make regulations. The Act is comprehensive in both scope and breadth, Mr. Speaker. The standard governance conditions for the establishment of the board are outlined in Part 1 of the bill. It is to be noted that the board will not, however, be serviced by a chief executive officer and administrative staff, but will receive administrative and technical support from the ministry responsible for commerce. It is to be noted that a senior technical officer from the ministry is to be appointed on the board. This arrangement seems efficient, Mr. Speaker, as the volume of work may not require full-time staff to address the needs and requirements of the board at this juncture in time. Part 2 of the bill contains provisions for the licensing and registration of real estate brokers and agents. This, Mr. Speaker, is a very important section and is now prevent any fly-by-night person coming into the sector and operating as a real estate broker or agent. You would have to hold a valid license before you can practice as a real estate broker or agent. This section provides for, inter alia, the application process, the eligibility conditions, the condition of a license, and the duration of the license. I would also like to highlight clauses 47 and 48, Mr. Speaker, which require the board to maintain a register of all licensed real estate brokers and agents. This part also provides for redress through the High Court by a real estate agent or broker who is aggrieved by a decision of the board. This part, Mr. Speaker, is very important. It's a very important component of the regulatory framework for real estate brokers and agents. Part 3 of the bill outlines the obligations of the real estate brokers and agents Clause 45 of the bill provides for the real estate broker agent to hold the client's money in trust. And Clause 46 provides for the broker or agent to pay his or her clients without delay. Clause 46(4) provides for a fine of $10,000 or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months, or both, if the broker or agent is in breach of this condition. Clause 47 of the bill provides for brokers or agents to provide quarterly reports to the board within 21 days of the end of each quarter, highlighting transactions undertaken by the real estate broker or agent. The report is to contain 1, the number of parcels of land sold monthly, 2, the location of the land, 3, the value of the land, and 4, the selling price of the land. This, Mr. Speaker, will provide valuable information on the real estate sector, which can be used for analysis and policy. That's a visionary government, Mr. Speaker. We do not believe in vitae things. We believe in consolidating. We believe in providing a framework within which to ensure macroeconomic stability so that we can deliver services to the people that look up to us for compassion and honest purpose, Mr. Speaker. Part 4 of the Act deals with complaints and outlines the steps that consumers will need to take in making complaints about real estate brokers and agents, where the consumer believes that the real estate broker or real estate agent has engaged in misconduct or has contravened the Act. The following provisions of the Consumer Protection Act apply in relation to the Real Estate Brokers and Agent Bill. Section 2. B, Part 1 in relation to the Consumer Affairs Department. C, Part 2 in relation to the Consumer Protection Council. D, Part 3 in relation to the Consumer Protection Tribunal. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the Minister is given authority under the Act to make regulations to provide detailed procedures to processes for implementing the Act more effectively. Mr. Speaker, I have no lingering concerns regarding supporting this bill. I think it's in keeping with what is required to ensure fiscal sanity in our country, to give focus and direction to a very important part of GDP, and let us continue to grow every sector of the economy so that we are able to create that environment to deliver more to the people that, of course, we represent and who listen to hear how we deal with the delicate business of the country. And therefore, I give full support, Mr. Speaker, to the approval of the Real Estate Brokers and Agents Bill. I thank honorable members for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, thanks for giving me leave. I now yield the floor.
Member for Meekwood South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I certainly want to take this opportunity because a lot was said. And I don't know whether it's my misunderstanding or whether there's an over-expectation by some members in this House as to what they expect that this bill is going to be able to achieve. This is a bill to simply create a registration for real estate agents. And before I begin, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important for me to clarify because I keep hearing the member from Castries East speak very often, almost every House sitting, Mr. Speaker, about what he presumes to be my anger and my disappointment in losing the election. I want to let the member know, please don't lose any sleep for me, because I'm certainly not angry, not disappointed, and I certainly trust the will of the people. But I have to say to you, Mr. Speaker, is when I see the policies and the actions of this government for the last 4 years, I think I can join in the voice of many other solutions that are angry and are concerned. The fact that they got a 6 for a 9 when they went to the polls. But again, like the member from Castries has indicated, we'll let the poll make that final determination. I'm happy to hear he's so confident that he's going to win 17 not. Again, for a person who says that he trusts democracy, he seems to be presuming that the people of this country are very satisfied with their policies, Mr. Speaker. I said they had another member of the House, Mr. Speaker, and he spoke specifically of resemblance in his presentation. You know, Mr. Speaker, I have a person that I know and the kind of character that he is. I think that many people have made reference to him in the past. And his characteristics are very reminiscent of some of the behavior I saw displayed in the House today. And I think the name that they've given that person is El Guapo. But I let that speak for itself, and who wants to be able to understand that, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the member from Castries Southeast made some points that were very bizarre. And I had to reread the explanatory notes as to where does he think that in this act that the selling of land is going to be involved as part of their regulatory obligations. I mean, when you go through the act and you see what is the functions of the board: to consider and determine an application for a license to practice a real estate business, to issue a license with or without conditions for the practice of real estate business, to keep and maintain a register of real estate brokers and real estate agents licensed under the Act, to make internal rules governing its procedures subject to the approval of the minister, to cooperate with government ministry departments or statutory body responsible for the enforcement of the laws of St. Lucia relating to the practice of the real estate business. He then went on, Mr. Speaker, because that's all it is. There's nothing else. This idea where he brought in the Bonanza land issue. I mean, I know that we have a provision in our standing orders, Mr. Speaker, that we're not supposed to speak about things that are in court. And when we talk about the 15 court cases I have, Mr. Speaker.
Remember, just let me clarify that you're referencing. No, I'm not coming to that. I just want to make reference to, I believe you're referencing member 35-2. There is no standing order which prevents a member of Castries Central. There is no standing order which prevents this House from debating a matter that is before the courts. What the standing order says is that if, in the opinion of the presiding officer, it will speak to the determination or somehow influence it, that is when the speaker must intervene. But it does not speak to that you cannot reference a matter in court. Just wanted to clarify that.
No, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy for the elucidation on the point. I was not in any way suggesting that he didn't have the right to reference it. Okay. I was saying that he thinking that this bill is going to have in any way prevented the minister and the housing board from doing what they did. I mean, he went on to talk about who the land was sold to, that a person that we said was a non-entity, right? The fact is that we now know in a public forum that the board of the National Housing sold the land to Reno Gajada, never to gift to Eugene. We know that. That's in the minutes of the board meeting. Okay? So, Mr. Speaker, the fact is that this bill would not have in any way prevented that from taking place. This doesn't speak to that. I don't know where that came from, how that becomes part of the discussion. Only he would be able to explain to us, Mr. Speaker, what that has to do with it. The fact is that I do have 15 court cases, but not all those court cases were initiated by me. So in fact, the Banans case, which will be coming up very shortly in the courts, was initiated by the member from Castries Central. I have a court case that was initiated by the member from Castries Southeast. So when we talk about 15 and I like litigation, I am not the person who looks like the litigation, but certainly as a leader of the opposition, when I think that we have written to the government, we have tried to talk to government officials about dealing with certain issues, CIP being one of them, and there is no response. When the member could come to the House today, Mr. Speaker, and again say that he's answered the questions. He gave a statement in this House previously. He answered no questions. He went to meet with the Chamber of Commerce. He answered no questions. In fact, if anything, Mr. Speaker, and I don't want to cause any reputational damage, further reputational damage that he's caused to himself, but the fact is one can say that he lied. Because when he was saying that there was not 11,000 files, we now see in the contracts that have been in the public domain, copies of which I have here, and I'm happy to make for the House, to be available for the House, records of the House. In the contract, it says, in the case of the hotel project, that they were given 5,000 files. All we're asking for is explanation, Mr. Speaker, a simple explanation. Why? Why will you take a hotel that's costing $300 million and that we had given them previously $210 million in citizenships? Why would you have increased it to $1 billion? Why, Mr. Speaker? Why would you do that? And then to make matters even worse, Mr. Speaker, you appoint Galaxy as a promoter. And as a promoter, pay them a commission. And the commission is...
Member for Microsoft, I'm trying to understand the nexus between the bill before us and the CIP provision. A fleeting comment, yes, but you're going into a detail that does not in any way connect with the bill before us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have to say to you, Mr. Speaker, I'm a little bit confused because on the previous bill, the member from Castries Central never, in fact, addressed the bill. And in fact, I kept on whispering to you.
Why they didn't address the bill? Among the reasons I did not stop him is because he was responding to comments you made in your debate, which is what the debate is about. If you open the door, he is free to respond. But I still try to guide him back to the bill. But I could not stop him because he was responding to comments you made. Now, you have responded to comments made by the member for Castries Southeast. That's fair. But the comments made by the member for Castries South in relation to CIP bear no connection to the bill before us. So, member for Castries Central, please. Member, please continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So the member spoke about the Banans land. So I assume I'm free to use that as an example. Right? And so we have a situation where a piece of land, Mr. Speaker, a valuable piece of land, was sold by the National Housing Corporation for $2.7 million. A piece of land that never went to for bid. In fact, Mr. Speaker, that there is information to show that in 2013, a valuation was done on the land for $6.7 million. Okay? $6.7 million, Mr. Speaker. Same land, Mr. Speaker.
Tell us about DSA. Tell us about the more. Tell us about Cabot.
Yes, please.
Members, please allow the Leader of the Opposition to proceed.
Am I free to respond?
No, these were obiter comments.
So don't take them.
The record, the member for Castries Central is not on the record. I didn't even hear what he said. So proceed, member.
Well, Mr. Speaker, just in case your audience outside heard it, I'm very happy to, at any time, answer the questions about DSH, anytime. In fact, the government should be able to answer them because they have all the contracts. So they would be fully aware of what is in the contracts and actually what has transacted. But in the case of Banan's land, Mr. Speaker, the land was sold for $2.7 million. The member from Castries North, along with a senior executive member of SLASPA, signed affidavits to say that SLASPA was never interested in land. Well, the evidence that was provided in the case actually shows that that's not true. It shows that SLASPA was interested in purchasing the land. And there's a lot of evidence to confirm that, including the minutes of the meetings of National Housing. So, you know, how this bill would have resolved that issue is, I'm perplexed. Because this is not about a valuation of lands. This is about registering. This is about registering real estate agents and creating a code of conduct for the real estate agents. That's what this is about. The member spoke about the Daher Mall and went into some diatribe that I failed to even begin to understand what he was talking about. A very simple transaction. You had a building that was owned by the state. I mean, the member from Vieux-Fort South is here. When he came back into government in 2011, he chose to take a larger loan, and included in that loan was to pay and purchase the Daher Mall. Up until that time, the Daher Mall loan was on the mortgage of the building, meaning that the bank was prepared to lend the money to the company that owned the building, and the bank was prepared to lend the money to rehabilitate the building to make it operational on the basis of the value of the building. I have no difficulty with what the member from Vieux-Fort South did. If he chose to purchase the property at that point, that's fine. But when we came back into office, it was an asset of the state, a non-performing asset of the state. And we purchased the land originally for $10 million US. And that $10 million US also included the land in Union. And what we did, $10 million US is what the land was purchased for, the property was purchased for. And so the decision was to sell the ground floor to a separate company.
Member of Castries Central.
Mr. Speaker.
What is the point of order?
That the member is misleading the House. The Daher Mall, I don't know where he was then, but I was part of the government when the Daher Mall was purchased. It was purchased for more than $10 million, in excess of 20 million US, and he sold it for $5 million US. It was and I can get the record. It was purchased for in excess of 20 million US, and he sold it for $5 million US. But I will make my contribution, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member Castries. But you do have an opportunity to respond in your contribution.
Yes, I will.
Proceed, Member.
Thank you. Not only does he have an opportunity to respond to it here, Mr. Speaker, but the government show that he has on Thursday night, because I have to presume, I must believe that the comments that he's making on the show, Mr. Speaker, has the full endorsement of the Prime Minister, because many times he's made reference to say that he's speaking on behalf of the Prime Minister. So I assume that he will have that opportunity on his show to be able to
Mr. Speaker.
Member of Castries Central.
Again, the member is misleading the House. I have never, and that is the kind of looseness with which he speaks. I have never ever said I am speaking on behalf of the Prime Minister. I have never said so. I'm asking him to provide the proof or withdraw it.
Member for Castries East.
Mr. Speaker.
Member for Castries Central.
Mr. Speaker, that's not a point of clarification. Mr. Richard Frederick is a big man.
Member, you shall not refer to members by their names.
Mr. Member of Castries Central is a big man. Eh? Now, I speak for myself. Now, if the member of Castries Central speaks for me, once he speaks the truth, it's okay.
Member for Mico South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that the building was never purchased by government. The building was purchased by a company, and the asset was put into that company. I remember it very specifically. Seriously.
Members. Member for Castries Central. This is not a debate we ought to have. The lease on the property in question is already a document of this house. So it is easily available for it. So let's not debate things that are already documents of the house and can be easily referenced by a call to the clerk. So let's do it. Thank you. Proceed, member for Mr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And the amount that was paid was 27 million EC or 30 million EC. They're one of those two, but it was certainly in that vicinity, Mr. Speaker. So the fact is that the ground floor of the building was sold for $5 million, Mr. Speaker. And the developer, who is the same developer, Mr.
Speaker, again. Agreeing on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, I urge you. I really, really urge you. There are persons listening. There is a deed of sale for that property. The leader of the opposition keeps on misleading members of the public and running away from factualities by saying that the ground floor was sold for $5 million. I beg to basically elucidate him. Unless a building is registered under the Condominium Act, part thereof cannot be sold.
Member Castries, let me just add that this matter has already been litigated in this house, and it was the conclusion of this house that there was no such information regarding the sale of ground part of the house. So we can move on that, member. That is already on the record. There is no indication in the lease that was made a record of this house that there is any sale of any part of the property. So
Thank you very much.
We can proceed on that.
I would like...
member, I have moved on.
Yeah,
Let's
but
move.
I want you to correct him because he keeps repeating it.
No, member, I have ruled that the House has itself ruled and agreed that there is no document before this House where a part of the building was sold. So, member for Mico South, you shall refrain from making that comment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest amount of respect, I cannot refrain from speaking to what...
There is no respect. I have ruled, you just move on.
With the greatest amount of respect, Mr. Speaker, I cannot and I will continue to say...
Well, if you cannot abide by my ruling, you cannot speak. It's as simple as that. This debate has gone on in this House on the question of the lease. It was made a document of the House. There is nothing in the lease document which was brought to the House which pertains to the sale of a part of that building. That was litigated here, and I will not allow it to be re-litigated because it's against the standing orders.
So again, Mr. Speaker, I don't know that you are in fact a judge, and I've said that several times.
I have said to you, I am the judge in this House. And I'll say it again, I am the judge in this House. I don't make the rules, I apply them. And I have made a ruling. And just in response to the member for Castries South, the matter was raised by the member for Castries South East, so he is at liberty to respond to it. But he has to respond in a manner that is consistent to what is before this House. And if you're not going to abide by my ruling, I will not allow you to continue.
Well, Mr. Speaker, on that basis, I will respect your decision, but what I will certainly do with your permission, Mr. Speaker, is to actually bring the document back to you and sit down with you and show exactly where the clause is that the ground floor was sold.
Remember,
for $5
you
million
were present when the debate took place. I am not the House. Bringing matters to my attention is immaterial. The matters are debated here. I merely adjudicate over the debate. I don't make decisions for the House. So telling me what you think, what am I supposed to do? Come and tell the House that you convinced me? That is of no moment. So please proceed, member.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you're in fact using that evidence of your interpretation of what the contract says in order to prevent me from speaking what is the truth.
Mr. Sergeant, can you ask the clerk to produce the lease for me, please?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very grateful for your willingness to bring the lease up, and I'm happy to show you the clause. On the meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, the member also brought up the HIA airport and the hospital, and speaking about a PPP and how this act is somehow going to have helped or justify the government's decision.
He didn't say that.
What did he say?
What he said was there is ample evidence to indicate that airports are better done by PPPs and hospitals by the state. He never made any reference to the statement to that bill. He did not.
So you mean the member from Cass 3 Southeast would have stood here and made a presentation, Mr. Speaker, and somehow extracted from the air HIA and a hospital and speak about PPPs and bolts, and that was not instigated by his interpretation of this act?
I'm telling you his words. He simply said that there is evidence to indicate that airports are better by PPP and hospitals are better by the state. That's all he said.
No, my understanding, Mr. Speaker, and again I stand to be corrected. My understanding
I just corrected you, so forget your understanding.
I'm sorry. I heard it for myself. He said that a licensed real estate agent would have prevented and would have guided the government to do the right
Member
thing.
from Microsoft, he did not say that. And I have ruled, do not proceed along those lines.
So maybe if your memory is better than mine, Mr. Speaker, you can help me as to explain where, so I can be guided in my response. How did the issue of the HIA and the PPPs with a hospital come into the debate? Because I want to make sure I'm accurate.
But may I suggest to you that you just respond to the comments he made? If you disagree with his premise that a PPP, an airport is better by PPP, and that a hospital is better by direct contract, make that response. Do not make the connection with the bill because he did not.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So I'm so guided. So here it is that we now have had an experience with the GPH, which is, I don't know what you want to call it, but similar to what the government had proposed to do with HIA. And we now have history on our side. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, maybe the Minister of Finance or the Minister of Airports can tell us how much money currently is in the lockbox of the airport. Because my understanding is we're talking well over $250 million. We also were told by the members on the opposite side while they were in opposition that when COVID came, that me in particular was the only person that believed that tourism was going to come back, and specifically in that comment cited the HIA airport contract to say, here's an example why we should not have done it. But the fact is, what he forgot to tell everybody is, in fact, there was enough money to have carried us through the COVID in order to be able to pay the loans. And here's the truth. The truth is, by the government of St. Lucia entering into the arrangement which we did, which was to borrow the money through the Taiwanese, and I want to clarify something again, Mr. Speaker. OECC was brought in to supervise and manage the construction projects. And they were brought in because they are partly owned by the government of Taiwan. And given the amount of money that we were borrowing from Taiwan, OECC was brought here not only to supervise the HIA airport, but they were also brought in to supervise St. Jude's Hospital, and they were brought in to supervise the road construction that we were undertaking. And what does that supervision mean? So in the case of HI Airport, Mr. Speaker, OECC put everything out to tender and worked in collaboration with SLASPA and also the consultants that were hired by the government, a company from Miami. So, Mr. Speaker, this idea that because of the program that we did and because of OECC and that nothing was put out to bid, it had been, Mr. Speaker. All the things were put out to bid. All the road projects were put out to bid. HI Airport had been put out to bid. In fact, when we did the foundation, there were several bidders, Mr. Speaker. The member from Castries East wants to entertain himself because he wants to believe what he's perpetuating, the propaganda that he's perpetuating to all of you, and certainly attempting to do to the people of St. Lucia. The reality is that has not been the case, Mr. Speaker. And for the member to suggest that somehow a PPP program at this point, Mr. Speaker, would be equivalent to a good deal for the government is absurd. The fact is what we're doing right now is working and has worked if it had not been for the impediments, false allegations that were being put in by this government, Mr. Speaker. That's the reality. And the fact is, when we look at the GPH deal, which is also, I don't know, PPP, I don't know what you want to call it, how can you have a situation where one of the first countries to have actually built a dedicated cruise ship facility in CARICOM was St. Lucia? In 1981 is when Point Seraphine was built. 1981. We built the commercial side of it, and they built the port side of it. This government had started, and we finished it, to build the extension of the berth at Point Seraphine. That was done by SLASPA. So you're telling me now that we're going to give a third party a concession to collect all of the revenue that we were getting for the ports to $6.50, Mr. Speaker? Give them all. Allow them to collect the whole thing. And then turned around and increased it to $12, Mr. Speaker. And that GPH is getting $10 to do what, Mr. Speaker? Are those the kinds of PPPs that we want to enter into? Those are the kinds of concessions that we want to be able to enter into? Ones that are robbing the state of its assets? Can you imagine if SLASPA, instead of getting $2.50, was able to obtain $10? What SLASPA would have been able to do?
So why did you do it?
Mr. Speaker?
Why?
Mr. Speaker, during COVID and the discussions with the cruise lines, we had already come to a partial agreement that we were going to increase the tax to $12. There was no need to do what we did. And you know what's the most egregious part? And if that's how this government is going to do PPPs, then we all should be very concerned. It wasn't even put out to tender. It wasn't to say, hey, are there people who are going to be receiving this money who want to be able to get more?
Honourable Member, just a minute. I don't have any particular anxiety to interrupt any member, but as you know, there's a cardinal rule. It is summarized in one word: relevance. So while you may have some reason to proceed for what I may describe as a frolic of your own, it is nevertheless fundamental that you link it very closely with the debate itself, that is the bill before you, so that you maintain the integrity of the rule that requires relevance. Please proceed, member, bearing that admonition in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is why I was at pains with the speaker, not to say you're not the speaker at this point, but the previous speaker, to understand what the member from Castries House East had said. Because I was trying to find I was trying to find the relevance in him bringing up PPPs, HIA, hospitals, and everything else. And I'm sorry that the relevance really comes in, because if we're going to talk about PPPs, GPH is one of the more recent PPPs that we have. And so do we have with the halls of justice, of which, again, I don't understand what it is. But I don't know, again, and that's why I was asking the question, Mr. Speaker. Where did the member come up with this, given this is a bill, and a bill to discuss the licensing of real estate? And how did he think that this bill was in somehow going to have influenced a better decision? I was told by the Speaker he didn't. He simply brought it up. He did not intercede and ask for the relevance of it, and therefore it became part of the debate. I apologize, Mr. Speaker. If you want to correct that, then I'm happy to take that into consideration.
No, please proceed, member. But I just want to emphasize that that if an error may have been committed before, you can't repeat the error yourself and justify the continuation of your own error. So all the admonition is, remember the requirement of relevance, and stick to that, please, so that in whatever comments you make, the links between your comments and the bill before you must be very obvious and real. All right, but please proceed.
Absolutely, and on that's again why I sought clarification, Mr. Speaker, because I was confused myself on the issue. But the fact is here it is, an example of a PP. I'm not so sure, Mr. Speaker, if we are to bring relevance into it, how licensing real estate agents in any way would have or could have influenced the decisions that were made. It's perplexing. I think that when you have bad policy at the government level, I'm not so sure creating a real estate board or registration is going to resolve that particular issue. Mr. Speaker, there is one or a couple of parts of it that I'm also confused, and maybe the member who presented the bill can assist in that regard. So if we go to, I think it's section 45, if I'm not mistaken. Client's money to be held on trust. It says a real estate broker or a real estate agent who receives client's money holds in trust for the beneficiary. A real estate broker or real estate agent shall not make client's money available for the payment of a debt or liability to any person other than the person for whom he or she holds the client's money in trust. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Speaker, this seems to be something that already takes place with the lawyers. And there's a relationship between the lawyers and generally the lending organization, the bank. All of a sudden now, we are going to open ourselves up where who is going to regulate this money? Now I see there's a penalty that's put in place in case the persons don't do it. Who is the staff? Who is going to be determining where this money is? Now, we've already seen in the existing structure we have, and I don't mean to offend any lawyers, Mr. Speaker, my wife is also a lawyer, but we can't run away from what the truth is that there have been allegations where lawyers themselves who have been holding monies in trust or holding lands in trust have not necessarily acted in the most ethical way. And even with that community that's well established and licensed, we have not in any way, or as far as I know, in any meaningful way, stamped that out. Now that we're going to broaden this and allow people like real estate agents, simply because they're licensed, to be able to hold people's money in trust is really, for me, very concerning, Mr. Speaker, and I think is going away from what the intent, I believe, that this is. I mean, if we're going to create a regulatory or a board that's going to provide regulations and license the real estate agents, I support that. But to get involved in what is already existing business, so when we talk about land, we have a land registry. In terms of valuations, more often than not, when people are purchasing land, there's expected to be a valuation. And we have a system of that. We have sometimes causes to doubt. I hear stories that when you are looking to get a mortgage of a land, the price of the land tends to be very high. When you have to come and sell the land because of its tax implications, the price of the land seems to go low for the same piece of land. But that's not for me to provide comment on. But I just believe, a member from Soufrière Fonsejac, that I think it's well intended, but I think it's going to open up a whole Pandora's box as to how you're going to be able to regulate these persons. And I think that we, in my own constituency, multiple of persons come to me with land issues. And I'm sure for all the members in the South or in more deprived areas, that we all face the same thing. And everybody, not everybody, a lot of people have some horror story of a name being wrong, there was no proper will that was put in place, and there are a lot of implications or problems with land. I think this is only going to further complicate it, because if in fact we're now saying to the general public it's an accepted norm to allow a person like a real estate agent to be able to hold your money in trust, are there going to be guidelines to say that the real estate agent has to hold a bond, as an example, in order, and the amount of money they're holding in trust can't exceed the bond? Because fact is, if they're found wanting, simply reprimanding the agent, I think it's a $10,000 fine that I read in here, is not sufficient, because the person's money is gone, their land is gone. And I think that we're going to create more chaos than necessary. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that there are elements...
Without any further interrupting you, may I? And when we go through this, it shall not be raised in this House again. There is a document transfer by Amazona Properties Limited to Orange Grove Plaza Limited, dated December 5th, 2022. It says, whereas the vendor is signed before Mark Mirage, Notary Royal, practicing between Amazona Properties Limited, represented by Director Francis Dembo and Benjamin Emmanuel, and for Amazona Properties, and Orange Grove Plaza, represented by its Director Blue Investments, Ramon Esper, PIF Corporate Services Incorporated, the purchaser. Whereas the vendor is desirous of developing the property and has for the purpose entered into that certain development agreement with the purchaser dated 27 February 2020, prior to the execution of this deed, hereinafter called the development agreement, witness as follows. In consideration of the sum of $5 million United States dollars, or $13,584,500 Eastern Caribbean dollars, paid by way of the mutual undertakings of the parties hereto as set forth in the development agreement, and the obligations of the purchaser as developer to the vendor, the adequacy whereof is hereby mutually accepted by both parties. The vendor hereby sells and conveys free and clear of all encumbrances unto the purchaser thereof, accepting the immovable property described in the first schedule hereto. First schedule. All that parcel of land situated at Bois d'Orange in the quarter of Grosley and registered in the land registry as block 1253B, parcel 888 in the registration quarter of Grosley, and it goes to give north, south, east, and west. Together with all the appurtenances and dependents thereof, including the building erected thereon. This is a dead issue. It's not going to go there again.
So, Mr. Speaker, And I know that you know the law.
No, I don't. I'm reading as a layperson. It says all the land and all buildings thereof for 13,000.
No,
Let's move on.
No, 13 million. And Mr. Speaker, it makes reference to the agreement. And therefore, it's in the agreement that it's described.
Member from Miku South, the issue is dead. The transfer deed says the land bordered XYZ and all buildings thereon. This was debated. I have brought this back to the House only for the record. It is not something I intend to do in the future. Once the House has ruled, the laws are very clear in the standing orders. We cannot re-litigate something that has already been litigated. So please move on, Member.
So, Mr. Speaker, I am going to stand up for what I believe is to be right. In the same lease that
I shall not permit you to proceed.
But I'm going
and
to
if
proceed.
I'm going to have the officer remove you.
Then you do what you have to do, Mr. Speaker.
I will do what I have to do every time.
I will not allow you to misinterpret a legal document. It is clear that it speaks about the agreement. If
I've cut off his mic, let him talk. I just have you know you're not on the record, eh? So go ahead. Please go ahead.
What I'm saying here, I said it out publicly, and there's a documentation to substantiate it. The fact is in the agreement, and a reference to in that same agreement, it specifically says that the ground floor was being sold for the 13 million. And the agreement also talked about that they would now fix up the building, which they did. And the portion of the cost associated to us, which is by the square footage of the building and half of the public space, would be divided. So again, when the member from Cascades Southeast wanted to bring in and talk about this lease and everything, there's a fixed lease. Now what I cannot believe is the lease is for $4 a square foot. How is it that the government would rent a land for $8.50, and I even hear some $9, and even in the case of the Halls of Justice was intending to go to $16 plus square foot. Have not seen it fit to move the government offices into the building. This idea of maintenance costs, it's your building. You have to maintain your share. All you did is you appointed a singular maintenance company. The maintenance company works both for the landlord, the owner downstairs, and works for the government upstairs.
Is there somebody who wishes to speak because the member is not on the record? No, I have turned off the mic, sir.
That is what the situation is. That is what's going on. So come and tell me that the total building is sold for $13 million. That's disingenuous. I can't believe, Mr. Speaker, that you would find yourself involved in that. You don't know how, you're a person who's involved in all these campaigns. You don't know, you're a person who tried to study become a lawyer for so long. So you know, I would imagine at least in all those attempts you would at least learn that. Come on. So where do we go? We don't want to follow what the law is. We don't want to know what the truth is. You want to come here and try to say that you're the judge. Since when is the Speaker of the House a judge? Since when? I'm not a judge. You conduct the business of the House. You tell us what to do. But certainly I have my rights if I believe that what you're doing is infringing on my constitution.
I've turned off the mic.
The two occasions previously, that we've gone to court, and since then, judge was moved, no judge on the case, but all the bills sit down and accept that. Accept the fact. The fourth issue, like our Constitution and our civil rights, that we were not allowed to do. How can it be a year and a half? No judge to continue the case. How does that happen? You want to go 5 years with music. I can speak to that. Not a problem. Speak up. What's the Constitution say? What if you all did? If you all came in and all said you all simply going to rectify the situation and make it clear, okay, that the government must appoint the deputy speaker of the House, I would accept the amendment. That's not what you did. You went and amended it to allow a deputy speaker to come from outside the House, after all the criticism, you want to talk about who's the hypocrite? Remember from Cassidy said, you are the hypocrite. And you continuously show that you're not right.
Call the clock, please.
Continuously. That's right. That's right. That's right. Sorry? Only a Rabbi, I said I have a friend that has all the similarities.
Ask Jojo to turn off the audio. Or whoever is up there. Because apparently
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House stand suspended
Are you suspending or are you
until 4:45?
Are you closing the debate? You may
No, I
want to
can't close
consider
the debate. The
standing
House
order
stand
38.
suspended until 4:45. I'm not. This House stand suspended until 4:45 p.m.
Members, the question is that this House do stand suspended until 4:45. I now put the question. As many as that opinion say aye, as many of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The House is suspended until 4:45.
We have until 4:45. It is now 4:33. And I must say, Michael, the circumstances which led us to this point of the minister, of the representative of Castries South calling for a suspension in the House was because there was debate going on a particular bill. The bill had to do with the real estate brokers and agents bill. And what happened in this, with this bill, the honorable representative for Castries Central was making a point. In fact, he was making his contribution to the debate. In his contribution, he mentioned, he made reference to the sale of the Dahe Mall, noting that the representative from Mikud South, who was the Prime Minister at the time, had sold the property basically at below price. He was saying it was purchased for $13 million and the former Prime Minister had sold it for $5 million. At that point, the member from Mikud South, he stood up and he objected, saying this was not the case, and there was a back and forth. The speaker failing to bring about some kind of resolution between the debate that was going on between the two members, he sent for the records of the House. He was reiterating over and over again that the matter had been resolved already. This was a situation that was already litigated by the House and there was no reason going on. However, notwithstanding, he asked for the records. They brought up the records and he went through reading out the conclusion of the deed
of the sale,
the deed of sale, noting that indeed everything in the property was sold for the amount that was stated by the Minister Honorable Frederick. However, the member for Mikud South was insisting that the Speaker of the House was not interpreting the deed correctly, and that he was not interpreting what he called a legal matter correctly. And the Speaker was insistent that he would not be going on a back and forth, that this was the final decision, that it would not be debated.
Basically, the leader of the opposition, or the member of parliament for Mikud South, defied the ruling of the speaker.
In a nutshell.
And he did so on numerous occasions, despite the speaker's admonition and appeals for him. Peter Samusadi say, and
so what happened was, at that point, since he was not accepting the ruler of the Speaker of the House proceeded to put off his mic.
Yes.
At which time he just continued speaking on various
and he was very defiant.
He was very defiant, and he continued speaking and for a good, half an hour perhaps, going on 20 to 30 minutes, he kept going on. It's, quite frankly, something I've never seen in the House. And it was that which brought us to this point where the rep for Castries South asked for a suspension until 4:45.
Oui, vite, comme vous le dites, ça qui fait un cahier constituant, c'est un bagage nous pas moi-même pas qui assis en cahier constituant, je n'ai jamais ouais un bagage comme ça avec Virginité cadeau qui manière commencer, c'était même parlement pour meeting ville Castries qui a parlé avec faire contribution à ce en bill. Bill là c'est bill côté gouvernement qui a essayé mettre règle pour bagaille côté mon ka louer enfin acheter terre avec bagaille comme ça avec capable avec bill ça l'a été présenté par membre parlement pour souffrir honorable Emma Hippolyte qui aussi c'est ministère qui est responsable des affaires commerce avec des affaires développement business. Et puis après il présentait différents monde qui parlé à ce et en situation comme ça nous différents me dit membre parlement pour meeting ville Castries on va Richard fait parler différents autres monde on va Joachim Henry aussi parler à ce aussi avec mais les membres parlement pour soulever Mikou parler il a aussi parler à ce l'autre bagaille qui partenait pour faire et puis bill là avec mais il commençait à parler à ce en vente vieux ça qui molle qui mon molle là
Orange Grove.
Orange Grove longtemps depuis qu'il d'ailleurs molle avec il était capable de dire ensemble l'argent qui le gouvernement a payé avec pour lui avec ça c'était il dit c'était 10 millions excusez-moi 4 même ok mais même parlement pour meeting ville Castries dit ça va il démentit il dit c'est pas ça a été qu'a dit c'est pas exactement ça a été à quoi dit gouvernement et puis a été dit c'était plus gouvernement acheté pour un prix plus haut avec gouvernement en bas administration honorable Alain Chasney vendu en bas prix pour 5 millions de dollars en méritien. Mais ça en est causant à l'écassé avec un finissement ça explique à quel concept l'a dit bon il a gardé pour vendre en record les ventes là même et puis là il présentait vente là même il libre honorable Alain Chasney et qui pas accepté et qui a décidé bon ça pour y faire c'est pour pas double ça calé là puisqu'il parlait même parlement pour soulever fort on ne va pas l'enchaîner pas de cas écouter avec J. Castan il continue pour J. 10 minutes après ça J. Castan même parlement pour Sud Castries on est on a décidé pour prendre antipause avec le continuer après. Et bien c'est ça qui mène nous côté nous aujourd'hui. Comme on dit, c'est pas un bail nous pas jamais ouais, mais nous qu'à espérer pour qui manière qu'il continue. Virginie?
Yeah, it's also worth mentioning that after the Speaker of the House went through the documents, more or less confirming his prior ruling that this matter was settled and basically opposing what the rep for Miku South was saying, in that he was saying there is a clause which said that it was the bottom floor that was sold, and the speaker went through the entire deed and he read out everything and he's saying no, there is no way that says that. It's worth noting that once the minister again defied the speaker and actually saying that he was not going to accept it, that his colleague, the representative for Choiseul Saltibus, Honorable Bradley Felix, he walked out at that point.
Yes. Eh bien, nous avons debout ici à un petit moment. J'attends nous dévier. Alors, nous avons demandé au souper pour rester puis nous, j'attends nous dévier pour plus associer ce qui a passé ici en Caïcon cette lycée. Trustees, sorry, why? I have